Ladies and gentlemen, and in the case of woke, everybody else. My name is Tom from Norway, from Shipping and Offshore Network, one of the partners in this. It's a great pleasure for me to be here for the third time doing all the manifestos as one of the moderators. But luckily, with me today, I have, I'm soon the past, right? So we look at the future. Next to me, so Simona, come on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute pleasure to stand before you here today as we embark on this very exciting journey into the blue economy. And as Tom mentioned, for the third time, and as we Lithuanians know that the third time is a charm. So hopefully this will be the case today. My name is Simona. I work as an advisor to Director General at Klaipėda State Seaport Authority. I'm very excited to be here today for the second time as a moderator. And as a moderator, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome every one of you here to this gathering of thought leaders, innovators, policymakers, and enthusiasts who share a common passion for sustainable and responsible use of our sea resource. This conference for us serves as a platform for collaboration and knowledge sharing, but we know that this topic also gives us a lot of challenges, but challenges never comes without opportunities. So.
Exactly. So that was the introduction. And we should also mention that we have people watching online. We have in person, like you guys, and then we have people online, like in the good old pandemic days. But Simona, I have to ask you, you did this the first time last year, and that was a great thing you did. And if you think about last year, which was the second manifesto, the first one was 2 years ago. It was windy, it was blowing, it was pandemic. It was at the Smiltene Yacht Club. It was very intense, very cozy for those who were there. Can we just see how many were there the first time? Can you raise your hands? We don't see so many. Yes, so there were some people there. That was a very cozy event. Then last year we went here to this cultural factory, Kulturas Fabrikas, and we had it in the cinema. That was 125 people. But it was too small. So today we have, I think it's 200 here, approximately. And that's a very good number of audience. But Simona, you had the first time last year. What was your main takeaway from Klaipėda Manifesto 2022?
Well, it was very insightful 2 days. But what stuck to me the most, and the thought that I left the conference with was that the blue economy is the economy of the future, and there is no other way to do it.
Yeah.
So, as a Lithuanian, I'm really excited that we already made few steps towards the future, and the Maritime Affairs Commission was established in the Parliament, which purpose is to, the most important task is to create a maritime strategy for Lithuania. And I have no doubts that the discussions and the collaborations that will unfold during these upcoming 2 days here will be very inspiring, creative, and will open new opportunities. But I want to ask you, Tom, what are your expectations for these 2 days, for this year?
Well, I think it's time to become more concrete. For those non-Lithuanians, and also perhaps some Lithuanians, you should know that Lithuania until now has not seen itself as a maritime nation, a maritime state, like the neighboring countries Latvia and Estonia. This has to do with historic factors about Klaipėda. It's called, it was Memel, like the hotel, it was German. Vilnius is the capital, is far inside the country. And 2 years ago, when we had one of the ministers online, he said, Tom, as seen from Vilnius, Lithuania is not a maritime country, a maritime nation. And actually, Klaipėda, through Manifesto and through other forces, has been quite instrumental in changing this image. And we will see and hear more about that during this day and also tomorrow. And I think that's really, really exciting what's going on in this country right now. And you are the young, you are the future of this country. And you are so lucky to Be young, be the future, and you work already in the blue economy. So, Simona, you have chosen the right path for yourself.
Yes,
All right,
definitely
that was
did.
it. So let's move on to something else we have to say.
Oh,
right?
very exciting thing. I hope
Yeah.
you will like it the most because, you know,
God,
it's
yeah.
connected with the, not this stuff, the
This is
technology
old school,
stuff.
you know. This is old school. She's new school. I
New
mean,
school.
come on.
So I hope everyone has your phone.
Even
It's
I have
not
a
very
phone.
nice thing to have your phone on a stage, but there's a reason for that.
There's a reason for that.
We have this My
App.
Hub
It's called app.
app.
It's called
Oh,
app.
really?
It's called app.
It's called App.
App.
My Hub by Identify. We try to make this conference for you as useful as possible and as easy for you to network with each and every one of you. So we want to show you how to use the app.
So take
So
up your
Tom.
phones. You're allowed to take up your phones now, but keep them on quiet, you know.
Yeah, focus better. Okay, so you have this option in the app, in the middle, down on the app.
I mean, it's like a Tinder for the
It's
manifesto,
like a Tinder
okay?
for this conference.
If you don't have a
Right.
profile picture uploaded yet, do that. If you don't have any, you can take one of mine, you know. Or Simona, you can take Simona.
And Tom made a good point, you know, when you're
I did?
marking, yesterday when we talked about the
Yeah,
app.
yeah.
If you want to have as many connections as possible, just mark as many interests as possible. All probably would be better.
And you'll be noticed.
The Tinder would be more successful.
And then there was something about gamification. You know, that's not something I do. You do that.
I will tell about the gamification, but first, I see my colleague here who will help me to show you, to demonstrate how this app works. So you can open the
Aha.
QR
Now we're
scanner
talking.
on your phone.
Yeah.
You just come to a person, say, hi, show me your QR code. Okay. And here you go, voila, you have all the context that you need for the conference.
If somebody wants my QR code, I'm happy to send it to you.
You can write a message, you can arrange a meeting, and the exciting thing about it is that we have this gamification thing that Tom mentioned, that the most active ones of you who will network throughout the conference, especially today, and do the challenges that some of them are written, some of them are hidden, and you will have to figure out yourselves. And we'll collect as many points as possible, so the top 3 will have a surprise at the end of the conference. And we will tell you later about that.
And Jacek, if you're watching us now, we have realized that you have realized that if you send as many messages as possible, you get more points. So what Jacek is doing, he's not here today, he's online, he's dividing all the sentences into single words, and each word is a message. Don't do it like that. It's a bit boring, but Jacek, you have really got it. So he's leading now with thousands and thousands of points.
There is a way how you can check the leaderboard yourself. So on the top left, you can click and see the gamification. There you will see challenges and leaderboard. So you can see who's in the lead now.
Amazing. All right, technology away.
So technology away. Without some of the most important people here, we wouldn't have this conference.
No.
They did a lot of work before that, so we would be here today, and we would be able to enjoy these 2 days of networking, of inspiring topics, and so on. So we want to thank our organizers, Klaipėda ID, Royal Norwegian Embassy in Vilnius, and Klaipėda State Seaport Authority, who made it happen. So the Klaipėda Manifesto would be here with you today.
So thank you to the organizers.
Thank you.
So we have the organizers, we have the partners, where I belong, and then we have the sponsors, and we'll get back to that during the day. Okay, shall we get started?
Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah, we could.
Anything you wonder? You know, I have this in case your battery runs out, so I have this.
No, I have battery, phone, and another one in the back, so it's
Okay.
fine. Technology works.
Now we start with the introductions. You know, when we have a conference like this, we always have some introductions from the owners, the organizers. And to me, who has been a friend of Klaipėda for 10 years now, it's a special pleasure to introduce to you a woman who is now working for for Klaipėda Municipality, but she used to be in the Ministry of Interior. So Jūratė Solokova, you are here somewhere. You are the opening speaker today, so the floor is all yours. We are very happy to have you and to be in your municipality. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. Welcome to this extraordinary conference. It's an honor to stand before you today. We are gathered in the spirit of unity and stand together in the precipice of transformative change, setting a course of sustainable, innovative, and interconnected maritime future. We are the custodians of the interconnected maritime future, the champions of sustainable practice, and the architects of blue economy. In this manifesto conference, we stand united to declare our commitment to several core principles. Every day we take a new step toward a more sustainable use of the sea's potential and preservation of ecosystem balance. We can be proud that Klaipėda City, with all the community, contributes to research, development, and implementation of innovative technologies that reduce environmental impact. Klaipėda became a center of maritime innovation and research. The collaboration between local universities, research institutions, and companies had led to groundbreaking discoveries, the growth of the new industries, and the creation of highly skilled jobs. Klaipėda recognizes the great value elements its offshore ecosystem. They protect marine biodiversity by providing a sustainable environment for marine life to thrive. Our commitment to transition to renewable energy sources is very important. By investing in clean technologies and promoting the use of electric and hybrid vehicles, hydrogen, we continue to contribute to cleaner air and a healthier marine environment. We recognize that the challenges faced by the maritime industry are complex and multifaceted. By fostering collaboration between countries, organizations, and individuals, we can harness collective wisdom and find holistic solutions. Together we're stronger and our ideas more impactful. That is why we are all here today. The Port of Klaipėda is the gateway to global trade. It stands as a beacon of innovation and sustainability in the maritime industry. It serves as a vital gateway, more than just a logistic hub. It's a symbol of our collective commitment to harness the potential of marine in the responsible and sustainable manner. Investments in port infrastructure and logistics have opened vital sea gates. This development not only boosts the local economy, but also strengthens international trade and cooperation. It serves as a nucleus for various maritime activities, ranging from shipping and fisheries and renewable energy and tourism. Tourism not only fosters cultural exchange, but also promotes environmental awareness. We commit to promoting responsible tourism practices, preserving the natural beauty of our coastal areas, and nurturing a tourism industry that educates, entertains, and respects the delicate ecosystem it thrives upon. Our mission to enhance cooperation between governments and industry, creating investment opportunities. We strive to align maritime regulations with industry needs, for instance, Baltic Sea growth and sustainable future. Klaipėda is proof of that can be achieved when passion, innovation, and determination converge. Our success in nurturing of offshore ecosystem, reducing emission, investing in our workplace, embracing port technology, fostering innovation, and promoting sustainable coastal tourism is a result of our collective dedication to the better future. In conclusion, this Manifesto conference is not just a moment in time, it's a movement of passionate individuals and organizations dedicated to shaping a maritime future that is sustainable, collaborative, innovative, inclusive, and resilient. Let our discussions here ignite to spark of change. And may our collective efforts echo through the tides of time, leaving a legacy that inspires generations. Thank you for being an essential part of Manifesto Conference. I wish you to all useful discussions, lasting connections, and renewable sense of purpose as we embark on this intelligent journey together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jūratė. And now I would like to welcome to the stage one of the main organizers from the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Vilnius, Mr. Ole Hoppestad, who is Norway's ambassador to Lithuania and Belarus. An experienced career diplomat, Mr. Hoppestad has been with the Norwegian Foreign Service since 1998. He has worked at the embassies in Warsaw, Paris, and Moscow, and has held various positions in the Norwegian Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Before coming to Vilnius, Mr. Hoppestad served as Norwegian ambassador to Ukraine and Belarus. So, dear audience, I hope you understand that given the geopolitical situation, it is the best ambassador that Norway could have right now. So use the opportunity and grab him while the networking coffee breaks and so on, and have an opportunity to talk to him. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words, Simona. It's a great pleasure to be here and address the audience at the opening of the conference. The third year in a row for me as well, and it's amazing to see how the conference has grown and how this trademark of Klaipėda Manifesto has become a brand really connected to Klaipėda over these years and the blue economy. Thanks also to our very good cooperation partners in preparing this, in particular Klaipėda ID, and with Diana Manko, who has done an amazing job to organize it, and also thanks to the Port of Klaipėda, Klaipėda University, Klaipėda Science and Technology Park, Klaipėda City, and all the other partners who are behind this conference. And also to Tom and Simona for moderating the event this year as well. So, the maritime traditions, as you can see, are at the very center of Norwegian history and identity, as we possess an area of sea that is 5 times larger than our land area. Norway has the second longest coastline after Canada, of about 100,000 kilometers, including all the fjords and bays and islands we have along the coast of Norway. There is a close cooperation between the business sector, research and education, employees and authorities that has played a vital role in the historical development of Norway as an ocean economy. The international, as you see here, we have some facts about the Norwegian fleet and our maritime strategy. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, has adopted its revised climate strategy, and this strategy calls for international shipping to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And the Norwegian Ship Owners Association has long advocated a global levy on emissions from international shipping through the IMO. It is positive that the IMO has now adopted a detailed timeline for the preparation of new measures to cut emissions. We have no time to waste when it comes to this. And the Norwegian government has recently launched a strategic plan for strengthening exports from our maritime transport sector. It's titled More and Greener Maritime Transport. And the sector already has a strong international base and is very dedicated to the green transition. But the government sees the need to enhance green and low-carbon solutions even further. This will be done by means of public-private partnership. Here we see the scope of the Norwegian blue economy. It is 70% of the total Norwegian export. This is maritime industries within fisheries, oil and gas, renewable energy, more and more important, and shipping. So our ocean economy in Norway is a key contributor to the prosperity and development of our country. Internationally, Norway is very active in the maritime industry innovation and sustainability agenda. We also are a strategic partner together with Lithuania when it comes to investments in the area, and Norway is one of Lithuania's biggest export markets also, in fact. And we follow with great interest Lithuania's work towards establishing its own maritime strategy, and hope Norway can serve as some sort of inspiration in this respect. In developing new industries and technologies, we will use our competence and capacity and build on our offshore knowledge. The Norwegian scale-up is playing a key role in meeting the demand for renewable energy in Europe. Last year, Norway announced a major initiative to promote offshore wind power. Our target is to open areas for offshore wind power production that will generate 30 gigawatts by 2040. This is equivalent to the amount of electricity we currently produce in Norway, so it's a big scale-up of offshore wind. Hywind Tampen is the world's largest floating offshore wind farm, which officially opened just 1.5 months ago in August. We have also big interest from Norwegian industry. We just had a delegation which we hosted in Vilnius from Norwegian energy partners who are looking into investments in offshore wind parks. So that is also a very important and potential cooperation area between Norwegian and Lithuanian business interests. Apart from offshore wind and renewables, we also have substantial investments in Klaipėda, contributing to the region's economic development. So I would mention this example of Dokka Fasteners, who chose Klaipėda as the ideal location for their factory supplying the global wind energy market. Dokka Fasteners manufactures top quality, high tensile fasteners used in demanding industrial applications like wind turbines, where it supplies components for everything from foundations to towers, cells and blades. It's also used in oil and gas and other offshore applications, and in heavy machinery, including cranes and steel constructions. So such companies have already borne fruit, creating jobs and stimulating economic growth in the region. I don't think I have to tell you much about Hög LNG. It is very well known for everybody in Klaipėda, but just underlining that in the geopolitical situation we are with the war, Russia's war against Ukraine, energy independence and energy security is extremely important, and Lithuania was the first EU country to be completely independent of Russian gas. Now the LNG comes to a great extent from Norway. I think we are now 48%, as it says here, of the imports of LNG through the Klaipėda LNG terminal, which is still owned by the Norwegian Hög LNG, but will be taken over by Klaipėdos Nafta next year, but still managed by Hög LNG and our good honorary consul Mindaugas, who is sitting here. I have 5 seconds again, so I'll be quick. Academic collaboration is also very important between academic institutions, research, industry, and government agencies. And we have seen Researchers from Klaipėda University went to Svalbard this summer to work in a multinational team there, and we have Norwegian-Lithuanian student exchange programs as well in maritime students. It's an important area for the future. One last word about the Norwegian EEA grants, we also use to fund partly this conference. The grants have a big scope of cooperation areas between Norway and Lithuania, and one of them is economic development and business, and contributing to making Europe green, competitive, and inclusive. So that's an important part of the grants function, and this financial mechanism gives opportunities for Lithuanian businesses to implement green investments, and is also a measure to encourage and accelerate green investments in this country. So thank you very much for your attention. If you want to follow the Norwegian Embassy, you can download our Instagram account on this app here, and I hope this conference will be as stimulating and interesting as the previous ones have been, and look forward to a productive dialogue and a great event. Thank you very much. Ačiū.
So, Mr. Ambassador, I just have to ask you, Ole, two questions for me as a fellow Norwegian. First of all, why do you sponsor this conference already from the beginning? What is the aim of the sponsoring from Norway to this?
No, I don't have a microphone. No, I think Norway is a maritime country. Klaipėda is a maritime cluster and center in Lithuania. I think connecting the two countries through the maritime business and maritime industry and the blue economy is a very natural link between us, and especially now when we see also the transition to green economy and green shipping and renewable economy, renewable offshore wind and so on. It gives a lot of possibilities.
So basically more collaboration and perhaps even more investments in both countries.
Yeah.
That was number one. Number two is, you mentioned EEA grants.
Yeah.
Now, we have to confess, dear Lithuanians, we are not members of the European Union. We said no many times. We are very stubborn. And the reason we said no is basically the reasons you mentioned as our most important industries, fishing and things like that. It was a very tight margin back in 1994. But something happened. We managed to become a part of the European Union after all, the internal market. So basically what we do, as I'm sure most of you know, we pay a lot of money to the European Union every year as a penalty for not being a member, but to have access to many of the goods of the European Union. And I guess it's fair to say that the EEA grants is part of that penalty.
Well, I wouldn't use the word penalty, actually.
Of course not, because you're the ambassador.
No, because it's not a penalty. It is, of course, we contribute to social and economic development in 15 EU countries, including Lithuania. This is part of the deal, as you say, for us being member of the EEA and having access to the internal market. But on the other hand, it is also beneficial for us because it creates so many possibilities for cooperation now, like here in Lithuania, for instance. I think the EEA grants is maybe the most important bilateral tool we have to build partnerships between Norwegian business, Lithuanian business, Norwegian academic institution, Lithuanians, and so on, and in so many fields, within justice, within environment, within culture, and within industry and innovation. So I think it's a mutually beneficial thing. So we are very happy to.
So if I can be a bit less informal, just imagine the Minister of Finance sending all that money to Ole, and they say, okay, Ole has a bunch of money, spend it wisely. And I'm very happy to say that, to see how you spend it here in Klaipėda. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Now, I'm very happy to introduce the next speaker from the next organizer of this event, who is actually the Port of Klaipėda. And you know, that's also not only the Port of Klaipėda, it's the Port of Lithuania. So basically you can say that Algis Latakas, who is the General Director of the port, he's not only the port director, but he's probably one of the most important men or persons in this country, because your port is so important for you as a country. You know, I've always tried to find something interesting about people we introduce. And with you, Algis, you have a history from, I don't know if you were in Norway to study, but at least you have a degree from BI. And that was in 2004, 2006. It was a mixed degree from BI and then from IMS in Institute for ESM in Vilnius. Did you actually go to Norway, or did you do everything in Lithuania?
I graduated in Lithuania.
In Lithuania. Because the funny thing is that the years you did this, in 2004 to 2006, was the year when BI moved in Oslo from Sandvika, the previous place, to where they are now, the huge place in Oslo. And the man behind that, who was dean for 2 terms, Torgeir Reve, is also the man who is the Mr. Cluster of Norway, that we will hear more about today and tomorrow when we talk about maritime clusters. So this is the inspiration perhaps you have, I don't know, but at least you have a degree from Norway and from ISM, which then was set up by BI in its time. And Torgeir is visiting, he's an honorable professor or dean. I think it's in Kaunas, not in Vilnius. But anyway, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you on stage. We all know the significance of the port of Klaipėda. This is a port town in a country which only has one big port. So again, let me introduce to you the most important man in the country, Algis Latakas.
So what is here? Simona, do you have some live microphone?
Microphone?
Yeah, live something.
Maybe we can.
No, but very well, let it be like that. A lot of light here. I can't see you, but I understand that its audience is full. So after such, to say such strong speeches, 2 speakers now, with the presentation, with the numbers, it's nothing probably to add very much. I was called only to say some welcome speech, and now I can only spoil something. But anyway, good morning for everybody, Her Excellency, member of SEIMAS, rector of Klaipėda University, many guests from probably another cities and other places, and especially I want to say good morning to blue economy lovers, to my colleagues. So really, first one, what I want to say, while not forget, to thank very much for you, that you are here. Always it's very difficult to speak in an empty audience. It's very fine that you are here, and I want to say very big thank to organizers of this event, to Embassy of Norway, to Klaipėda ID, and of course for Port Authority from where I am. It means for myself. So really, and it is very important for all of us, because this one conference, Klaipėda Manifesto, is probably a very, very loud cry to say once more one time that Klaipėda port city is a center of blue economy, that Klaipėda port city is a center of maritime industry. And it is very important that people who are sitting in Vilnius, they have to hear about that, and they have to take in mind how to help to develop those business. So I finished with the thanks now. Now another one thing, 2 days ago in weekend, we had very huge one storm in a city and in a region. And what was amazing to me, that plenty of people, many of people, I say mass of people, they went on a shoreside to look at our sea, to admire how the waves of our Baltic Sea dancing, and what energy came from there. But as we sitting here, we understand that the sea is not only rushes, not only create the possibility for us to relax, to pamper on the beaches, to be there, but the sea is a very, very huge one source of possibilities, source for economy, and especially for the blue economy. So our aim is, and our goal is, to take care about it and to develop this one kind of economy. And I understand, and I think that this one conference is about that. I don't know from where comes the legend that aristocrats, kings and princes, they have a blue blood. But because of that, they are somewhere in a higher level, so in a different situation as the usual people. So I be brave and idea to compare that probably maritime industry is a blue blood for whole economy. So this one comparison, it seems to me to be true. But of course, now we are living in a global world. Around 80% of world trade take place in the seas, and the numbers, they are amazing. Now we calculate around 11 billion tons of world maritime trade, and this trade increases 2.1% every year up to 2027. So the numbers, they are amazing. And you know, I had the luck last week to be in Saudi Arabia, in a country which has a vision 2030, and the country wants to become a most changing country in the world. And I can say they will succeed what they are doing now. But what was exciting to me, that as usually, you know, as usually when the last evening you want to go home, you have to go to the shop to buy some small gifts to your teammates, to Simona. Always I bring back chocolate, something like that. And I went to the store. And what was interesting, that was not possible to find something written in a native language. It means that everything is shipped or delivered there from somewhere from abroad. It means that everything is touched by blue economy. But anyway, of course, we understand that the blue economy is not only maritime trade, shipping trade. It's as well oceans, it's as well seas, it's as well coastline, it's as well shipbuilding, it's as well fishing, and so on and so on and so on. So everything is important and everything is interesting for us. Well, and then probably I want to say that this one conference, this was Klaipėda Manifesto, probably will touch, and I believe it will touch the topics which again will turn our sights for the problems, for the achievements, for the things what we have to change, creating blue economy. And probably Klaipėda is the best place for that, because we have sea, we have port, we have industry inside the port, we have industry outside the port, our free economic zone, surrounding enterprises, what they are around of us. And really, it's probably the main thing, that we have community which understand that good economy could be only with some blue economy, as the aristocrats could be with the blue blood. So good job to you, good 2 days, and I hope that after that we can discuss what we decide and what we can create to increase the fame of our city, the fame of our port, and the fame of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And I just want to tell all of you that while the storm was raging, we had in Klaipėda, I've been here almost a week now, we had something called the Portathon, which is basically a hackathon for students and others focusing on developing the ports of the future. And I'm very happy to say that for the first time there was a Norwegian team as well. And we have teamed up with Port of Oslo. Ingvar Mathisen, who you know. They lent us the facilities they have, so we had a team actually working from the Port of Oslo online. I was here as a mentor and as a moderator and things like that. Andrius Utnikas, who is here from the Klaipėda Science and Technology Park, he's behind this. It was the 5th year we did this, or they did that, first time for Norway. And I'm very happy to say that Port of Oslo, they came in with a challenge, 2 actually, and the Norwegian team worked on one of those, and they became one of the winners of the 1,000 euro prizes, 4 of those. So that was a very great start, and I bring this check now back to them in Oslo. And the topics for that portathon is port technology, it's energy, because in the future the ports will become more energy hubs, just like gas stations are gas stations today with a lot of energy supply for cars. And we had security or cybersecurity, and we also had something called well-being and environment. So there were sort of 4 different topics, and it was very interesting to see how this is being done in Klaipėda. It was an online thing, teams from Dubai, India, Turkey, Oslo, and of course all those present here. So, as I said, Norway is not a member of the European Union. So it's a great honor for us to come to Lithuania, to come to the EU. I mean, who would have thought that 30 years ago, right? If I had been a member of the European, or if we had been a member of the European Union, there was one post, Ole, Ambassador, I would like to have. And that post would be the Commissioner of Environment, Ocean and Fisheries. You follow me? So in a way, I could do that speech that is now coming. Of course I can't. I'm not, and we are not. You are, and you have him. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud on behalf of you guys, Lithuanians, to introduce to you online. That's fine, because we know they're busy in Brussels. Virginijus Sinkevicius, who has been with us all the time. We have done Klaipėda Manifesto. He is the Commissioner for the European Union for Ocean, Fisheries and Environment, and I am so envious of you guys for having this Commissioner. So, bring him on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to address you today at this Blue Economy Conference, even though I couldn't join you in person. The Baltic Sea, which is very close to my heart, faces many challenges. Climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution are existential crises in a literal sense. We know this from science, and we are seeing this with our own eyes. This is why it's important that we keep on track with our long-term strategy to address them, the European Green Deal, and with its blue dimension, the sustainable blue economy. We, in the European Commission, believe that using our seas and oceans sustainably and responsibly can also offer many solutions to these challenges. And this is what you will be discussing today. Offshore renewable energy is a good example. We will likely exceed the initial EU targets of 60 gigawatts of offshore wind power by 2030. And we expect the Baltic will account for a large part of it. When it comes to blue food, we want to make the aquaculture sector more competitive, resilient and sustainable. Our strategic guidelines and dedicated assistance mechanism support national administrations and stakeholders. Last year, we even launched an EU algae initiative. We must also protect 30% of our sea space by 2030. We must protect our natural heritage and ensure our seas and waters are in good status. Maritime spatial planning can make this happen across borders, sectors, political disciplines. With so much happening at sea, operators will have to learn to share space, for example, combining wind power with mussel farming, or with nature protection and restoration to get stakeholder and local communities involved early and to stimulate creativity. We set up European Blue Forum for all users of the sea. And I'm pleased that you will be looking at the potential of collaboration at this conference. And we are also revolutionizing the way we use research and innovation for the ocean. Our Mission Ocean brings together many initiatives at many levels, regional, national, European. Of course, all of this requires funding. Here I would particularly like to mention our Blue Invest, which helps blue economy SMEs and startups attract investors. And I'm also very proud of another achievement that happened not too long ago in Palanga. On 29th of September, I gathered fisheries, agriculture and environment ministers from 8 EU countries around the Baltic Sea for the second Our Baltic conference. We discussed the environmental status of the Baltic Sea and its sustainable blue economy. Furthermore, the ministers agreed to urgently tackle the issue of submerged munitions in the Baltic Sea. These unexploded weapons lay on the seabed, posing risk to marine life, coastal communities, and vital blue economy activities. Ladies and gentlemen, our seas are a marvel. They provide essential ecosystem services. They are also a source of boundless opportunities for innovation and social well-being. This makes a paradigm shift even more important. Every maritime sector must adopt more sustainable business models. I would like to leave you with this message. I invite you to reflect on the incredible promise and immense responsibility that lays before us as we shape the future of our blue economy. I wish you a successful conference.
Scenarios for the future. We have to discuss such scenarios and not change scenarios because we don't like to change something, to have perspective of it, and new opportunities, of course, of the name of my presentation. Prepositions for strategy. Really, for historians who stay deep into history, they understand that each culture have three important periods. It's burning at the beginning to become more important some years of I will say perfect times, and of course after this we have some declare of situation, and step by step you get more and more problems. Yes, and such cycles exist in all cultures, and we also can see in our times when such changes found a place. But successfully for us, we are one part empire, one part barbarians. These are our possibilities to use our time for making big progress and at the same time lose a lot of things. Some words about geographical situation. Ambassador of Norwegia say about geography is very important question, and changing geography in our time. I have a possibility to visit your country this summer and to see progress and at the same time some kind of development of this country. And we also can say something about our national character, which can help us in such situation. And security and stability. Yes, working in Defense and Security Committee in Parliament take a possibilities to see something in advance. And other topics we can talk. So, about geography. You can see this map. Yes, of course, it's a states, it's a sea. But for me, more important is this map of Baltic Sea with rivers. And if you go deep into history and ask why this or that town was developed, answer will be rivers which take possibility to use all sphere of interest of this town. You can talk about Riga, you can talk about Gdansk, the same. But in our times, Daugava River and the same Wisla rivers are really not used for transportation of means because of different reasons. Because of dams, because of changes, situation. And we, small Lithuania, have possibility to use our rivers. And I can say big success was some weeks ago when Nemunas River was again made navigatable for our time. It takes huge possibilities for Klaipėda city to have not only the town of Klaipėda, but all Lithuania using rivers, transportation of big goods. Yes. So big success, and we are very good position now because we are in the middle of Baltic Sea. You can see historical maps. We have a lot of them. And you always can see that Lithuania having not possibility to support Klaipėda city was continental state. But at the same time, Klaipėda was not developed because they have not support of Lithuania. It was small port, which was conquered by Königsberg, by Danzig this time, by other ports, by Riga. Yes, we are small. But when Lithuania connect Klaipėda, we have possibility to make big success, and last 30 years make so good result that Klaipėda now is one of the best developed port in the Baltic Sea. You can see situation before Ukraine-Russian war, when the most important routes were from St. Petersburg to Germany, using all ports by the way. You can see how such routes looks like when you show all mesh routes and activities of the ships. But really, we are one of the most important port direction from the west to the east. And if we one more again get the possibility to use this movement, we can be part of big traffics from the west to the east, the most important trade route of our time. NATO Sea, what it means for us? We have quite secure situation on the Baltic, and you have good way for transportation of goods, because Russia have very limited chances to do something here. And maybe it will be the first time after 1721, Nystadt peace, when Russia dominate Baltic Sea for the century. You can see about situation of security situation in our region, and we can see that Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, also Poland, have now quite big support from NATO countries. And such support is not only support, but at the same time is traveling of people, of military people, who support such. And when you invest in security, you can also invest into trade and into the blue economy. Of course, we can meet other scenarios like this, that somebody attack to Baltic states. And some partners of Lithuania in the West saw that we are in quite unsecure situation. We have to calculate such chances also. But generally, we have two directions. from the west to the east, and you can see that Klaipėda is really on the way, or you can have from the south to the north. But this way also can be used for Klaipėda. So we are on the crossroad of two important axes of trade axes. So very good geographical or geopolitical situation. Situation with climate changes. You can see differences. 1946, after Second World War, big part of Baltic Sea was in ice, and Klaipėda was the south one open port for each year, full the year. Now situation is changed, and of course more ports can be active during all seasons, yes, but Klaipėda is still in one of the best position in Baltic Sea. Of course, climate became warmer, but for Lithuania it's quite good time for tourism because you have only 3 weeks or 2 weeks of bad weather really in this region. We have a lot of new infrastructure buildings close to the Klaipėda which take possibility to have your own energy. It means that you are a self-sustainable system now in Klaipėda. Scenarios for the future. It's quite theoretically one, but you have always calculating building of strategy. It's a, I will say, weak point of our strategy to 2050 when you not talk about bad scenarios. You have always calculate in your brain because in each business, in state business, you have to evaluate situation. So white, gray, and black scenarios. What is white scenario? It means that Belarus and Ukraine and maybe western part of Russia will be more or less influenced by the West culture. And in this case, we have completely perfect situation. And this axis from the west to the east shows that Lithuania can make huge progress never have before. Understand situation. Never in thousands of years. We have in the best situation now. But of course, we need to have energy security and stability, and we have enlargement of the democratic world. We are preparing for this? No. We have no scenarios for Belarus. We have even no scenarios for Ukraine, more or less, and no scenarios for the Russia. We have no scenarios for our neighbors, but we have to develop them here in Lithuania, in Latvia, in Estonia, in Poland. Because people who live in Belarus, they have no alternatives really. We only talk about possibility to stop somebody, but we have to think about future. It will be quite successful, I hope. Gray scenario, something like we have now. Maybe we'll have the same. Of course, it will be limits somewhere in Ukraine, maybe in Belarus, will be border state. Border state is quite also good position because being in border state, you are bridge between the east and west. Sometimes it helps, sometimes not, but very unsecure situation. So much more better to have white scenario, of course. But even we stay in this scenario, it will be quite good for us. I found black scenario. Do you know what it is? What is it? It's a map of interest of Russian Empire in 1914, 100 years ago, at the beginning of First World War. It's map of ambitions. But you can see such things like Russian Mesopotamia. But I can say for you that something exists in Russian brain today like this. Definitely like this. Yes. And we have always calculate of the interest of this country that they will have some ideas for the future. And not say that not exist. Exist. Can be. Yes. But if you have also black scenario, you are strong because you are prepared for of the facts can happen in the next years. About more positive things. New opportunities. I can say about improvement of security situation. Really, we are now much more stronger than we have 3 years ago because this war in Ukraine our society, which are what stronger than before, organization system, Germany brigades, also possibilities to get support from Germany, from Poland, from Norwegia, from Denmark, from Canada, from United Kingdom, takes possibilities to sustain in our quite unsecure region for the long time. Of course, we can develop our ties with other countries, but very important to balance powers. Not to say about Germany projects, but also support Polish projects. Support Sweden way to NATO is very important point, yes, because we still have very limited connection with this country. At the same time, we have to improve our port security systems. Yes, we need to invest into this, and this is a part of some security part of our strategy we will developing next 2 years, next 2 months with our Navy. And of course, very good ideas that we have regional projects for Baltic countries which have connections between countries. Sometimes we have to have our own systems for all the region, not only to have national one. What we need for connection and interconnections. Railroad to Klaipėda, of course, for both sides, yes, to use west and east systems of railroad. Transport ties with Scandinavian countries, trucks and ferries, very successful. I was in Norway and see a lot of Lithuanian trucks which are going in this country. Really, we have concentrate on this and have more and more developed systems which connect all Baltic Sea shores. Of course, leadership in container, including Nemunas River port, we have today to do because it takes possibilities for us. Human resources, I will say, is the most weak point of Lithuania for the next 3 decades. It's human resources, and not only quantity but also quality. We have to invest into our education system, especially in our region. And the region of Klaipėda is not only Klaipėda district, but also Tauragė and Telšiai districts, because we will get people from this region. And when you have prepared people, you can develop your business. Otherwise, you will stop in 10 or 20 years. And of course, culture, maritime culture, will help to educate such people for the maritime affairs and to the blue economy as well. Nemunas River. Now we have from Kaunas to Klaipėda. But we have to invest more to the even Grodno in the future Belarus. If we have these possibilities, we can transport goods from Belarus using rivers. Also, connection to Vilnius. It's quite brave, I will say, scenarios, but I will say our organization of Lithuania was so successful that can do this in the next 10 or 20 years. Our region is not developed as good as possible. We know that we need more and more people and more educated people. So new ideas can be brainstormed for this to have more people in the region, because otherwise we have no future. And more connection to Sweden. Now we have some connections, but really we need connection to Stockholm, connection to Karlskrona, because it's cultural roots. And cultural roots takes possibilities to cooperate between Sweden and Lithuania and Norway with Lithuania. Yes, we have to do this, and it's possible to make in 5 years, I will say. So it's final my presentation. Thank you very much, and please take your ideas for maritime strategy for Lithuania, and I think that next May we will meet in Vilnius. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. That was a really nice idea that we should meet in Vilnius, probably. And I want to remind everyone to use our app, because there is an option to ask questions to our speakers, and we will find time when to ask them. So since we're talking about the technology, our next speaker, he will join us online. We will have him online live here. And I would like to introduce you to Mr. Vidar Ulriksen. Mr. Ulriksen, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Vidar Ulriksen, he is the Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy in Norway. His responsibilities include sectors such as fisheries, maritime policy, and coastal affairs. He represents the Labour Party and will talk more today on Norwegian policies for green shipping and blue economy. So, Mr. Vidar Ulriksen, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. For several years, the Klaipėda Blue Economy Conference has highlighted important topics for the Baltic Sea region. This year is no exception. So I am very pleased to take part and discuss issues that are close to my heart and at the core of the Norwegian policies. I sincerely believe that cooperation, innovation, and the development of expertise are key factors to further improving the state of the Baltic Sea and in building the blue economy. The Council of the Baltic Sea States, comprising 10 countries around the Baltic Sea, including Norway and Iceland, has an aim of improving dialogue and cooperation in our region. Norway participates actively in the CBSS. Forums like this build relations, and good relations are key for implementing new solutions, which is what we need in the blue economy. Norway and the EU share the ambition of building a strong and sustainable blue economy. Norway fully supports the Green Deal. And we embrace the approach that the Green Deal also must be blue, with clean and healthy oceans and well-functioning ecosystems. Norway is actively supporting European financial and intergovernmental ocean cooperation. And Norway supports the Horizon Europe partnerships, including the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership and the Zero Emission Waterborne Transport Partnership. In May, Norway and Iceland joined the Investment EU program, which is relevant for investments in the blue economy in Europe. Norway has a long tradition of knowledge-based ocean management. Emphasis on strong sector management and institutional involvement, paired with integrated ocean management plans, is key. The Norwegian government wants to support further value creation and employment in the ocean industries. Existing industries need to develop, and we need to create a foundation for new and emerging industries. At the same time, we need to maintain a healthy ocean. To take advantage of synergies that may emerge, the government is working on an ocean industry plan, which we aim to launch in early 2024. The Green Deal and the Fit for 55 measures align well with current Norwegian policies for green shipping. Norway is positive to the intention behind the measures, and we are currently working full speed to achieve simultaneous introduction of the ETS in Norway and the EU from January 1st. The revised IMO greenhouse gas strategy includes a fortified common ambition to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping around 2050. A commitment to ensure an uptake of alternative zero and near zero greenhouse gas fuels by 2030, as well as indicative checkpoints for 2030 and 2040. These developments help build a market for green shipping and will strengthen research and development in these technologies. The development of common policies internationally is also important for national policies. And I will give a short overview of recent developments in Norway that are relevant for today's topic. Norwegian industrial policy is aimed at creating more jobs nationally and regionally, increasing exports and cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 55%. The government's Green Industrial Initiative was launched in June last year as a starting point for this work. 2 weeks ago, the government launched an update of the Green Industrial Initiative, Roadmap 2.0. The update is based on the fact that our industries are undergoing dynamic changes, and it targets vulnerabilities in value chains that are central to the green shift. The initiative has been strengthened economically, and the roadmap now includes 9 prioritized fields of industry, including maritime. This leads me to green shipping, which is an area of political priority for the Norwegian government. Our ambition is to cut emissions from domestic shipping and fisheries in half by 2030. And in addition to being one of the 9 industry priorities I just mentioned, it is also a central part of Norway's national export strategy. Green requirements in public tenders for ferries can be said to have laid the foundation for green shipping in Norway. This policy brought about the development of subsequent widespread use of LNG and batteries in Norwegian shipping. The world's first liquid hydrogen ferry, the Hydra, started its operation this spring. And in just a few years, hydrogen will fuel Norway's longest ferry crossing, 3 to 4 hour trip between Bodø and Lofoten. So, dear friends, public procurement can drive innovation. And looking forward, work is underway for placing low and zero emission requirements on ferries, high-speed passenger vessels, vessels in the offshore segment, and for vessels in aquaculture. Still, green shipping is at an early stage. Technologies must be developed and infrastructure must be built. Norway has established several financial instruments for supporting the development of green shipping. This includes taxation of emissions of greenhouse gases from domestic shipping, funding of research and development, and public grants for investment in technologies and infrastructure. The government is currently working on a national plan for making alternative fuels available in shipping. Lastly, I will mention the green corridors. The Nordic Council of Ministers has funded a project mapping possible corridors in the Nordic region that may become green, as well as possible means to get there. Equally important is the investigation of the barriers for green corridors to emerge. I am pleased that green corridors will be addressed on Tuesday at the next meeting of the experts group on sustainable maritime economy under the Finnish presidency of the Council of the Baltic Sea states. My final point is gender equality, which is at the utmost importance in the maritime industry. The industry must go through a green and digital transition, which means that it is crucial to ensure recruitment from the entire population, both women and men. However, women are hugely underrepresented in the maritime industry, in Norway and worldwide. The industry also has a long way to go to eliminate harassment. Before the summer, the Norwegian government launched a strategy on gender equality in the maritime sector. We will start with a formal declaration of cooperation with the industry, with the aim of identifying concrete targets and definite waypoints for evaluating the process. And let me stress the challenges ahead can only be met if we join forces. And the opportunities also become greater when key players come together. On that note, please receive my sincere wishes for a fruitful conference that will inspire to further innovation, collaboration, and joy of teamwork for a greater good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vidar Ulriksen. Thank you so much for your introduction. That was great to hear. And now we will have a panel, actually, which will discuss all these issues. And I'm very happy to be moderating that panel. So can we get up the previous speakers? Algis Latakas from the port of Klaipėda. We will have Arturas Raspadauskas from the University of Klaipėda. Eimantas Kiudoulas from the Free Zone, Klaipėda Free Economic Zone. And the last is, of course, Vladas Ratukis, who was here before. So please take your seats. I'm standing, so you can take chairs. I'm so young, so I can stand, you know. These guys have to sit, which is fine. I just want to mention that I was a bit struck by your speech or your presentation of all the maps, because maps can tell you a lot, and maps can also be cheating a little bit. It's all about perspective, right? So just imagine I grew up, like we all did, before internet and Google and all that. So a map was a map. And for a Norwegian, more than for a Lithuanian, when I grew up, Norway, on the big world maps, I love maps, by the way. I love globes and I love maps. I always learn something new when I look at the map. But then when I grew up, on the world map, Norway was almost in the middle. It was huge. So I grew up believing that I come from a country in the middle, huge. And it had to be, I was in 1991, I was in Singapore for the first time as a student. I was 25 years old. We came to Singapore in 1991, a bunch of students from my school, the Norwegian School of Economics, to study shipping in Singapore for 2.5 weeks. That was quite exciting, actually, back in the days. And of course, these companies also had world maps in their offices. And but they were not the right ones. They were wrong. Absolutely wrong. What do you think happened? They had themselves in the middle. Can you believe it? And when you put Singapore in the middle of a world map, what do you think happens to Norway? You know, we sat there, students of economics and business, who all thought we came from this huge country in the middle of the world, just to realize that when you see it from that side, the perspective of Asia, I can tell you Norway is up to the left, almost on the backside. It did something to our self-confidence immediately. And then we realized, of course, we are just next to London, the GMT, the Greenwich Mean Time. We are big because of the extrapolation of the size of Norway. So we had all grown up believing that we were so big in the middle of the world, and we realized we were just a piece of shit, really there. So that was it. That was 1991 for you guys. Now, this distinguished bunch of gentlemen, they are important in different ways. We have already said that you are one of the most important people in this country because you run the port of a country that is very dependent on that port. We have the Klaipėda Free Economic Zone. And I have found something interesting about Eimantas. He hasn't been presented before, but I guess most of you know him. He's running the Klaipėda Free Economic Zone. We just found out that you are younger than me. You are 53, I'm 57. And I say this because there are 2 years very significant to our discussion, 1989 and 1991. And sometimes when I'm here, I ask people, where were you in 1991? Where were you in 1989? And Eimantas, you have a lot of roles. But the most interesting I found, and then I have to tell you that I did my thesis in Riga in 1992. And when we came to Riga in 1992 from the West, there were 2 words: two words, they would all come and say to you, joint venture. They would all make joint ventures. And then you said, about what? And they said, anything. And do you remember Libra? Sure. So he was a partner in Libra from May 1991 to June 1992. This is when I was in Riga doing my thesis. And that is a trading company founded by university students to participate in the new economy possibilities. That's amazing. So in 1991, you started Libra together with some other students, and the aim was to participate in the new economy possibilities. How did that go?
Libra now is one of the biggest holdings in Lithuanian financial industry, but I left Libra in...
A microphone, please.
Yeah, sorry. I left these new economic opportunities too early. I left Libra in '93, and now Libra is one of the best companies in financial industry in Lithuania, Libra holding. So maybe we succeeded because I left. I'm not so
Fantastic.
sure.
A big hand. You know what? Come on, give him a big hand. You know, you saw the opportunity and you want to do something about it, and that's awesome. Now, what we're going to talk about today in this panel is Klaipėda as the sort of the blue economy capital of the Baltics. And I would like to draw your attention to the title of the panel is actually Klaipėda, the maritime capital of the Baltics. Last year, Klaipėda ID issued this press release. And in that, they say Klaipėda looks to position itself as the blue economy capital of the Baltics. And there's a lot about the blue economy and the growth and the importance of the blue economy. And then it says that Klaipėda's vision is to become a globally acknowledged blue economy hub offering rapid solutions as the best place to live, work, rest, Diana, that's a good one, and invest in the Baltic region. And then some of you might remember that Klaipėda ID, some years ago, they made the Klaipėda 2030 goals, which was quite impressive. I saw them, I've used them many times to show, and that was quite impressive. Can I have up that slide, please, that I wanted to have up? So what I want to draw the attention to, and these gentlemen know about that, is two reports that we are now going to look into a little bit. The left is a report made by Men on Economics in Norway every 2 years, together with DNV, Norske Veritas, called The Leading Maritime Cities of the World. I'm a part of this team doing this. And they measure the leading maritime cities in the world based on 5 pillars. Those pillars are shipping centers, you know, to what extent these towns are shipping centers, to what extent they have maritime finance and law available, maritime technology, ports and logistics, and then the last one is very important, and that's attractiveness and competitiveness, like you want to live and rest in Klaipėda. And what they do here, the 4 first ones are based on objective data from a huge database with 15,000 cities around the world. So they make a ranking of those 15,000 cities, and then they choose the 50 sort of best ones to move into to look at the last one, which is attractiveness and competitiveness, and that is judged by a panel of experts around the world, because that's subjective data. Now, of course, as you can all understand, Klaipėda is not on the list of, you know, it's a very big port town, and I will give you some dates, but it's not on the list of the biggest ones, so it's never been ranked like that. But the reason I put this one up is that Estonia suddenly came and said, we would like to have a report made based on 5 pillars. Accidentally, they were the same as Menon's, and they wanted to do this to strengthen their own maritime industry. And to make a long story short, Menon did the tender, they did the report, and this was launched and is publicly available. So there's no secret about this. And in the audience today, we have a woman called Rina Palu. Rina, where are you? Up there. Rina, she is now working to establish the maritime cluster of Estonia. They want to do something. So the reason I bring this up is that when this report was made, we already had the 4 objective data, but then the subjective data were discussed by a group of experts. And actually, it's really interesting to see the figures, because when it comes to attractiveness and competitiveness, Tallinn ended up number 19. You know, they are shipping centers, they're number 97. Athens is number 1. Maritime finance and law, they are 75. New York is number 1. Oslo is number 4. maritime technology, they are number 50. Singapore is number 1, Oslo number 2. Ports and logistics, 217. We'll get back to that. And Shanghai is number 1. Attractiveness and competitiveness, number 19. Singapore is number 1, Oslo number 5. So this is the background that we now have for this report. And Rina is here today because she is now working for the government in Estonia to try to increase their own maritime industry. And I think this is an interesting backdrop for today's discussion because we are discussing today Klaipėda, the maritime capital of the Baltics. And we all know that Klaipėda is a fantastic port town. And I can tell you that in terms of these objective data, when it comes to ports and logistics, Klaipėda is ranked number 53 in the world. And that's not bad. You know, these are 15,000 cities all around the world. A lot of them are in China, and so on. So number 53, that's objective data we have. It's not based on people's perceptions, it's based on rankings, based on some different criteria that are objective. Just so you know. Well, getting back to the panel, I would like first to ask you, the question is, you know, how does Klaipėda compare with other potential maritime capitals in the Baltics? Who are they? You know, Tallinn or whatever, and what needs to be done to make sure Klaipėda, in fact, is that maritime capital that we last year said we would like it to be in this press release. So I think I will start with you, Latakas, from the port. Now, Lithuania has only got one seaport and a very short coastline. You know, if you think about it, you have a long, long beach side, but only about 1 kilometer or something is the industrial part of that, being the port of Klaipėda, the entry to the port of Klaipėda. So if you look at this from Google Earth, you see only a small fraction of your coastline being commercial, which is different in Latvia and Estonia, and of course in these other countries. So I have to say to the director of the port, Lithuania has only one seaport and a very short coastline. How do you manage, or how does the town manage to compete and even lead the Baltic states in terms, as I understand, of cargo volumes, number of vessels serviced, and so on? What are the ingredients of this seemingly success recipe so far?
Yes. Tom, sorry very much, but I have to correct you a little bit because you have to know that Lithuania has now 2 seaports. A few months ago, it was announced that we have another one, Šventoji, and very good now. We have one competitor in a country, so we will proceed much more better. But really, Lithuania is short with a coastline, only somewhere 100 kilometers of coastline, and what to say, the most part of them is in Curonian Bay, so everything is a national park, so you can't use for the port activities, and probably nobody will let to use some coasts in the north of us. But anyway, in a port we have now 22 kilometers of quay walls, so it's not so small amount. But the answer is probably there is many factors why Klaipėda port succeed, but probably there are 2 things to bold. First one, it was said in the beginning by Mr. Akutis, and he showed the maps. And the map shows first one thing that Klaipėda and Lithuania in this case is in a very good geographical position. And all the time, the port is very old one from 1253, when it was created Klaipėda city. So the port starts its activities, and it starts not because of something else as a good position. And we know that from that time, port develops, and develops because a lot of merchants were around of us. It is the first one thing. And in new days as well, before 2020, we had very good one geographical position, and we have it now if the right scenario will come to us, and it will come, I think so. But now everything changes, and now we see that because of this geographical position that we are surrounded by not very friendly countries, and our values, they are different. We lost around 45% of cargoes during one night. night, so it's sometimes it's very painful. Another one thing is this position, our position which we have, it's all the time Klaipėda port has a stable strategy for development. And if we take which one period you want, we can take from very beginning. Even we know that on 16th century, the port developed so high that the neighbors from Danzig, they shut down the port with the stones because it was so, it grows so much. After, to say, first one World War, 1923, again, Lithuanian government, when the port was returned back to the country, they put a lot of money to develop quay walls. It was developed winter port. Many things they did it because it was strategy to develop. And at that time, people understand that infrastructure, it's a very serious thing if you want to make business. And we can continue and continue and continue. And we will see that today we have port because of this strategy. From 1990, when we regained our independence, and we can see that in 92 was created Port Authority, and all the time was spent a lot of money for infrastructure to develop a port. And today port has very attractive to say characteristics of the port. We have very good depth. We have a lot of quay walls, I said, 22 kilometers. And all those things led to build business for private companies, stevedoring companies. They put a lot of money to make a superstructure. And now port is very diversified, very good parameters has, good traffic, good safety, everything is in a highest level. And only one my aim is that at this situation, what we have now, that nobody take in mind that we have to stop to put money on infrastructure and to develop our port. All bad times, at one point, they shut down. So you have to be prepared for the new possibility.
Yes. Do you feel that the government is supporting you the way you need the support from the government?
Always, always the support for the government, but this one government and previous one government, I hope that the next one government, they are from the same people, from the same country, and everybody of them, they understand that really efforts should be done that to keep port as it is today. And today, really, we are proud that during this situation, anyway, we are the biggest port in a Baltic states region.
Good. Technology, can you come? The microphone is almost falling off. Anyway, Eimantas, you have, when you left Libra and lost this big opportunity for what is then, that's a big company, you did something very unique. You went in to lead Klaipėda Free Economic Zone, Klaipėda FEZ, which is, as far as I understand, is it the biggest one in the Baltics? Or?
Let's see. I'm always saying that in marketing and sales, you can be always most successful in one or another field. So just use the word most successful FEZ in the Baltics.
So when you say that, you believe yourself?
Sorry?
So when you say that, you believe that?
Absolutely. And I set up ambition.
So you are the most successful in the Baltics?
Most successful. We have most successful free economic zone in the Baltics.
But what I would like to ask you, how important for you is, I guess you all know the Klaipėda Free Economic Zone, where it is, the distance, the big, is kind of big, and you have a lot of factories, and you have offices and different things. I've been there many times. How important is the port for you? How significant is the port?
In my head, after your first statement, is more important question, how you got that CV? Because actually it was, I was using it only once for explaining my wife what I was doing before marriage, and that was kind of a purpose of that CV.
I can tell your wife a lot
Thank
of
you
stuff.
for bringing
Just
that
ask
back.
your wife to call me, I will tell her a lot of stuff.
But speaking seriously, you asked the question, I mean, we are very much connected. I should make a disclaimer that I'm a land person. I feel much better on the land than on the ship. And when my friends are putting me on a yacht, I'm a one which usually have 2 safety items instead of one. But we are 15 minutes from the port when there is a traffic jam in Klaipėda. Like 6 kilometers from here. But as soon as you started and Lithuanian government started to plan offshore windmills, we started to receive leads or potential prospects on windmill parts production. So we are very much connected. And if we'll sign 2, end of this year or beginning next year, 2 biggest contracts on factory attractions, they will be related to what you will be doing in the sea. So we're very much connected. Docker fasteners, which was shown by Ambassador, it's also in a free economic zone territory. So our biggest customers which are producing PET were using your facilities as well. So even being the land person every day, I am in my business and in my management, I am connected to whatever going on in maritime industry. When you were asking a question if we should be capital of Baltics in maritime industry, first of all, Klaipėda should be capital of something, right? And it's much better to be capital of the Baltics than capital of Lithuania. So we have an ambition. Let's first set up ambition and move to that ambition. Can we reach that? We as Lithuanians, if we make, I think, perhaps many other nations as well, if we make a decision, we reach the goals. Some 10 years ago, we decided that we need to establish, in my field, let's say, that we should become, Lithuania should become a center of business services. Now we have about 25,000 people which are working in highly paid places in this sector. And 10 years ago, it was only 500, and it was 1 or 2 companies. Now we have 90 companies. 5 years ago, we have been jealous that Estonians have some unicorns and we don't. We made a decision that we investing in this area of startups. Now we have 2 or 4 unicorns which are already in Lithuania, depending on methodology. 6 years ago, government decided that we should invest with fintech. Lithuanian bank made special decision, and now we are one of the centers of fintech industry in Eastern and Central Europe. So first of all, to make a decision. If we'll make a decision that we would like to be a capital in maritime industry, we will be, just a time issue. Environment around, based on our experiences, is kind of perfect. Because there are a lot of changes going on in the value chain. So the companies are relocating and we're moving many tendencies for our market in the value chain, but at least many companies are moving more to European Union from China, from other not so secure regions. Value chain is changing to our direction, so there are a lot of opportunities on our market. At the same time, emerging in new industries which are also related to maritime industry as well. So industries of the future, which will come in 5-6 years, immediate industries like these offshore parts producers. So again, there are opportunities on the market, just we need to catch them. But first of all, we need to make a decision. So I would say if we will set up this ambition, if we agree on an action plan, opportunities are where we have everything in Klaipėda what we need to develop that further. So our main thing would be not if, but when, how, and what ambition we will set up. Because if Oslo could be number 2 city in maritime industry, so I would say, do we think we cannot do the same or better than Norwegians? For sure we can, so let's try to do it.
Good, I like that. Just one question, dude. This might be a bit difficult for you to answer, but do you think that the port is doing what it can do to be as good as it can?
Port?
Yeah.
I think port is doing, having the facilities and doing an actions which we still should follow. So we are catching up. For us, it's really enough.
Do you work as a good team with the port? Because the port is important for you.
Absolutely. Klaipėda has one advantage, which is very cozy city. So we know each other, we cooperate with each other, we can make quick decisions together.
Yeah, you look like a bunch of good friends here. Arturas, I have to move to the university because if you think about what we just saw, these 5 pillars, attractiveness and competitiveness is a very important one. You might have everything you want in place, but if you lack that one, you don't really go anywhere. So both FES and you are part of that. We already have the ports and logistics, very high, I have to say, for Klaipėda. But if there were to be a study made and people would ask about what is university, what is the Klaipėda Free Economic Zone, and so on, what would you be in that, you think?
Thank you, Tom. To achieve this goal, this challenges goal, it's very important to cooperate with industry, governments, and academia. I think academia is very important as ecosystem as well. And we have a good starting position now in Klaipėda University and other applied sciences universities, but I am representing Klaipėda University. Good position from the international viewpoint of view, like you know, since 2019, Klaipėda University started as European University, one of the coastal sustainable areas university, and from this year we have Horizon project as excellent center for maritime coastal universities, together with 9 universities.
The Connexus.
Connexus, yes. It's a pity we have not Norwegian universities in our consortium, but we mostly are from the northern part of universities. Klaipėda University is one of them. And as well, today, after the panel, we have graduation diplomas of Blue Growth Academy from EU Connexus, and not only Lithuanian, but as well from abroad, students like MBA, one kind of MBA, and I think it's very good. It's a nice position for start and for cooperation, and like Excellence Ambassador mentioned, our universities in this summer in Svalbard, one expedition together with other from Norway, from Polish Academy. They perform a great job in Svalbard, an Arctic expedition. It's a position, yeah.
But I have to ask you, Arturas, because you are a medical doctor.
Yes.
I'm sure you all know that. So you have very safe hands. You know, if anything happens, you just go to Arturas, he will fix you. Now, if we were to look at Klaipėda as a patient, all right?
Yeah.
And you know the criteria for what it should be.
Yeah. Yes, but
what would you do? What tools would you use?
General Director of Port Authorities, they mentioned about blue blood.
Blue blood.
Okay. I'm more convenient with red blood, but it changes from red to blue, and you know, in biotechnology, red biotechnology is very important as well. It's a medicine and red biotechnology with vaccines and drugs, but I think yes, it's now is evaluation from the birth to we are maybe in childhood of maritime capital.
Yeah.
You know, and we know that all capitals and almost all capitals in Baltic are ports. But Klaipėda is not a capital of Lithuania, yes.
No.
But yes, we have a good starting position, and we must do best.
I think it's good to hear you say that. It's not the capital of Lithuania, but it's the capital of the Baltics, right? That's the aim. That's quite big. Here it goes. Now, Valdas, first of all, you have this in your hands. You say that you are now in charge of writing the Maritime Strategy. It will be launched in May next year. So it's a bit up to you. And I know that you are worrying about 3 factors. You are worrying about the security challenges facing you right now. We mentioned the geopolitics. We can't not look into that. You are worried about climate change. Or, I mean, not worried, but you look how that does affect Klaipėda and Lithuania. And you are worrying about demography. Demography meaning people, lack of people. I don't know if you know that, but China is now doing the biggest decline in population in the world history. They go from 1.3 billion to under 900 million in a few decades. Last year, they lost 800,000 people, so the decline has started. This has to do with demography. We know what is happening many, many years ahead. So Valdas, how would you comment on those 3, security, climate, and demography for Lithuania/Klaipėda?
I think security situation is things we do and we understand problems. We understand and we do and we have a support. really we never have so big support for Lithuanian security as we have now. Really. Germany brigade. And Germany say not only about brigade, they say about geopolitical interest of Germany in Lithuanian security. It means also naval and also airspace. So we have support. And balancing between Germany and Poland, I will say, and Baltic states, we will be the most successful state from security point. Really, we are a strong state. And if in the future Kaliningrad will lost its position as a Russian fortress, it will be new possibilities for Klaipėda because you will have direct contact, railroad contact to the Central Europe. Really, very good position. If we talk about climate changes, what it means? That most of the countries will have problems with seashore, with infrastructure of ports, because such centimeters and sometimes meters of sea level is a big problem for Netherlands, but not for Klaipėda, because Baltic Sea is more or less separated from North Sea. Not big differences, but exist. So we are quite secure place from climate changes, and even in better will be situation than 100 years before, about ISIS, yes. It will be a very nice place for life and for business, really. Even tourism will be developed. And the third one, situation with people. We not recognize that we have problems. We are in so bad situations that we not recognize for ourselves, our government, not discuss this deeply as much as possible. First views, first declarations, first yes. But really we have to understand that we have to invest into the people who live in the region of Klaipėda.
Okay, so all this will probably come in the strategy. I have one person in the audience who has volunteered to say some words about his advice to you to become and to maintain the role as capital of the Baltics. Arthur, where are you? Arthur Truss? Yeah, can you stand up or you want to come down? Just shout out or you can come down. Arthur Truss, we had a meeting last night. He is from OJ Crew. OJ means offshore jobs. And he has a company, or he works in a company that deals with all the 3 Baltic states. You can come here. Now, Arthur, we have allowed you to say a few words. Can you put on the microphone, please? So that you can just give your advice to this panel of gentlemen and also to Valdas, who is doing this maritime strategy work for Lithuania.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Not a problem for me to give a question and also an advice. I represent perhaps the most important link in the whole blue industry is the human resource. And my experience comes from the international relations and networking. We see the trends, we see the development in human resource management, and we see where Lithuania and Baltic stands in terms of competitiveness. So my advice would be think about the law and enforcement of the laws in regards to system and bureaucracy and how easy it is to implement the business and to get international resources in Baltics or in Lithuania. This is the opportunity for us to develop in the future, especially when we talk about decreasing amount of human resources locally in combination with education. So that's the focus I would like to bring attention to.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you so much. To legislation. I can tell you that for Estonia, we have these 5 pillars, maritime law and finance is the number of maritime law firms you have, but attractiveness and competitiveness is how the laws work. And this was a big issue in Estonia. They have tried to adapt laws and regulations, but then when we interviewed people, they said that, well, still we need to do this and so to make it more smooth. Now, he was very happy about you last night, about Lithuania. So this was not a complaint, this was just an encouragement. So we have run out of time, but I would like to have all of you have one last comment about what you see as the sort of possibilities for Klaipėda becoming and being the maritime capital, but also what do you see as threats? All right, be serious now. What are the threats? Valdas, you can start and we'll go this round back.
I will say, I talk a lot about problems and challenges, but I will say that our success is in cooperation inside Klaipėda, inside region, inside Baltic countries, inside Polish, Germany, Sweden, yes, and
if in university we develop such skills for people to cooperate, specific feature we need in Klaipėda, will be the most successful capital of the Baltic Seas.
Okay, thank you, Professor Doctor. And then we have Arturas.
Yeah, and like example of manifesto, show the possibilities for Klaipėda. And thank you very much for Ambassador Norway and you, Tom. Third time here, you moderator. I think, and you can show possibilities for the strengths for maritime. For development of maritime research and ecosystem, to strengthening of ecosystems here.
But then threats. One threat. Arturas, come on. You have there must be one threat.
No.
One threat to the whole thing. What could that be?
Sorry?
One threat. I mean, what could change this thing?
But I think it's need, like I mentioned before, it's need a cooperation more with local and national government, and like you mentioned in opening speech, we must change our thinking that we are a maritime capital, yes, and we are maritime republic as well.
So basically, the collaboration between Vilnius and Klaipėda has to be as strong as it can.
It's very important.
Very good. Yes. Okay, that's for you, Valdas. You're doing this committee, and then you, Eimantas.
Yeah, two threats: business as usual. If we'll not move, if we'll not make actions on attracting people here, more people and better conditions for them, both physically, legally. Second threat is connection. It was mentioned on the map. We need to make more connections for Klaipėda and improve it essentially. But one more opportunity, as you saw also on a gray scenario, the market in the west, in that sea direction, is much bigger. So don't look anymore to the east, go west.
Good, okay, go west. Good. And then the last word. Last word is to the port. What do you see?
Yeah, I see the biggest threat climate change, because up to now we had very good competitive feature, and always we say that Klaipėda port is ice-free port.
Yeah.
And other ports in the north countries, they are frozen in the winter time, but now during this climate change, there is no more ice in the Baltics. So it's a very big threat for us. But of course, I agree that probably the main problem and the main threat is when you go sometimes to eat somewhere during the lunchtime in a cafe in a Klaipėda city, and the cafes, they are empty. There are no people, neither young, neither old, and you feel very, very like in a desert. So that's, to my mind, it's a main threat. And we have to make everything in this region that to attract people back from Vilnius, from another bigger cities, and even from abroad.
Thank you. I just want to make thank you so much. I just want to make a final comment about climate change and climate, because I happen to be involved in the beginning of the planning of the International Northern Sea Route, which was to sail across Russia, to cut for many days of sailing around Africa to Japan and to Asia. And the Northern Sea Route project was based on Russian involvement. This is this was back in the 90s, before things developed the way they developed. And then Russia had a plan to use icebreakers, atomic-driven icebreakers from Murmansk. I even was with Murmansk Shipping Company. And the plan was that Russia would control the whole fleet of ships going through, using the icebreakers, and they would control, and they would set up support systems, and of course charge money. So this was meant to be an income source for Russia. But then climate change came, and suddenly the ice disappeared. And suddenly ships could go further out. They didn't need to go within the Russian territory anymore. So climate change can have great impacts, positive side, like you have said, in a way, and they can have very negative sides, and they can also affect business models. So with that, we don't know what's going to happen. We just have to hope the best. But thank you to the panel. Give them a big, big hand. Thank you to all of you.
Tom,
Simona, what are we going to do now?
You were amazing, but I have to tell the audience that they need to be careful what they put online or tell to your wife, because apparently you know everything.
Yeah, sure.
So just be careful.
Yeah,
I don't know how he does it.
I have my ways. So now,
Thank you for the panelists. And today we mark a significant moment as we witness a formalization of a strategic partnership between Innobiostar, Klaipėda University, and Klaipėda State Seaport Authority. The partnership is founded on a shared commitment to advancing environmental solutions. It brings together the forward-looking startup, the research warehouse, and the responsible port authority. The objective of this collaboration is to develop the sustainable sorbent with oil-degrading microorganisms, the technology that promises to redefine oil spill cleanup methods with an emphasis on environmental responsibility. The blue biotechnology of using oil-degrading microorganisms was already successfully tested in the Klaipėda port area. And the next step is to combine it with the aerogel paper waste-based sorbent. So please, your attention to the screen, and we will see the video now.
Šiandien mums yra labai ypatinga diena, nes bendradarbiaujant su Klaipėdos uosto direkcija pradedame Klaipėdos universitete sukurtos biotechnologijos praktinius testavimus. Ši technologija yra originali, tai yra inovacija.
Net nebejoju ir ta sėkme, nes laboratorijoje sėkmė pademonstruota ir realiuose sąlygose tik dar lengviau turi būti įgyvendinta.
Šitas projektas, jisai turės eigą ir tikrai linkiu, kad ne tik tai Klaipėdos uoste mes galėtume pasinaudoti šitais sorbentais.
So now we would like to invite the company representatives for the signing. And Mrs. Tatiana Paulauskienė, please come to the stage. Mr. Algis Latakas and Mr. Artūras Razbadauskas. Yes?
you know, she's not only Mrs., she's professor.
I'm sorry, Professor. I'll help you with that. Give me once again. So maybe the picture here together, all of you. A little bit here to the... We have photographers there and here, so just stand here in the middle.
If I may just add a word on attractiveness and competitiveness for a capital city, this is what we talk about as well. This is really, really good.
Well,
so,
Tom,
Simona, we have some jobs to do before we let people out.
I don't know if you're
We have to
hungry.
mention some people.
Are
Well,
you
yeah,
hungry?
I'm hungry, yeah. Are you?
Are you hungry?
Yeah?
Hopefully you are hungry not only for food, but also for the amazing networking opportunity that you will have today, because we have a long networking lunch ahead of us, which we have only because of our dear, amazing sponsors.
Yes.
And the
you know the drill.
sponsors?
We have sponsors, they have to be mentioned, and we are very happy to do so. We start with Ignitis.
Yes, Ignitis.
And Ignitis Renewables, just so you know, they are the ones who will do the first wind park. 700 gigawatts, very ambitious, and then there will be another one later on. We'll see who gets that. So that's Ignitis for you guys. Eimantas.
Eimantas, what else do you have to say about Eimantas, Klaipėda
Klaipėda
Free
Economic
Economic Zone?
Yes.
Thank
And then,
you.
of course, Klaipėda's not
Klaipėda's
KN.
nafta.
KN.
Yes.
That's amazing. And of course,
Norway grants.
Norway grants. You know, our penalty to not be members of the European Union. We are very happy to sponsor you guys with food and everything. So just eat as much as you want, take doggy bags, whatever. We are happy about that. Okay, that's it.
That's it. Enjoy, and let's meet at 2 o'clock. Yeah? In 2 hours.
2 hours. Enjoy lunch.
Enjoy.
Ignitis Group is creating an energy-smart world, which is green, safe, empowering, and sustainable, with a clear commitment to the net zero emissions by 2050. Ignitis Renewables is at the core of this transformation by leading green generation breakthrough not only in Lithuania, but in the Baltics. Ambitious goals, innovative solutions, and motivating results empower us. We are moving ahead with the help of constantly growing innovators, talented creators, and top professionals in our different fields of expertise. People who are united in their values in search of meaningful impact on the world.
Turbūt žinojai, kad Norvegija, Islandija ir Lichtenšteinas nėra ES narės, bet su Lietuva ir kitomis Europos šalimis jos vis tiek aktyviai bendradarbiauja ir skiria nemenką paramą. Laikas sužinoti apie tai daugiau. Tiksliau sakant, šalys bendradarbiauja. Jos ne tik stiprina tarpusavio ryšius ir keičiasi patirtimi, bet kartu kuria bendrą Europos ateitį. Tikslų labai daug, bet svarbiausias padėti mažinti socialinę ir ekonominę nelygybę Lietuvoje. Paramą gauna Lietuvos institucijos, kurios rūpinasi sveikesnę aplinką, stiprina žmogaus teisių padėtį ar tobulina teikiamas paslaugas. Kartu su jomis dirba ir partneriai iš Norvegijos. Būtent šiame paramos etape lėšos skiriamos pilietinės visuomenės, teisingumo, sveikatos, aplinkos, kultūros, tyrimų, verslumo ir inovacijų bei deramo darbo sritims. Suma tikrai nemenka. Šiuo metu jis siekia 117 milijonų eurų. Juk esame europiečiai, todėl savo darbu galime padėti kurti žalią, konkurencingą ir teisingą Europą. Sužinok daugiau eeagrants.org.
d, o, hey, hey, hey.
Ignitis Group is creating an energy-smart world, which is green, safe, empowering, and sustainable, with a clear commitment to the net zero emissions by 2050. Ignitis Renewables is at the core of this transformation by leading green generation breakthrough not only in Lithuania, but in the Baltics. Ambitious goals, innovative solutions, and motivating results empower us. We are moving ahead with the help of constantly growing innovators, talented creators, and top professionals in our different fields of expertise. People who are united in their values in search of meaningful impact on the world.
Turbūt žinojai, kad Norvegija, Islandija ir Lichtenšteinas nėra ES narės, bet su Lietuva ir kitomis Europos šalimis jos vis tiek aktyviai bendradarbiauja ir skiria nemenką paramą. Laikas sužinoti apie tai daugiau. Tiksliau sakant, šalys bendradarbiauja. Jos ne tik stiprina tarpusavio ryšius ir keičiasi patirtimi, bet kartu kuria bendrą Europos ateitį. Tikslų labai daug, bet svarbiausias padėti mažinti socialinę ir ekonominę nelygybę Lietuvoje. Paramą gauna Lietuvos institucijos, kurios rūpinasi sveikesnę aplinką, stiprina žmogaus teisių padėtį ar tobulina teikiamas paslaugas. Kartu su jomis dirba ir partneriai iš Norvegijos. Būtent šiame paramos etape lėšos skiriamos pilietinės visuomenės, teisingumo, sveikatos, aplinkos, kultūros, tyrimų, verslumo ir inovacijų bei deramo darbo sritims. Suma tikrai nemenka. Šiuo metu jis siekia 117 milijonų eurų. Juk esame europiečiai, todėl savo darbu galime padėti kurti žalią, konkurencingą ir teisingą Europą. Sužinok daugiau eeagrants.org.
Matai? 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Šito gali mažiau žymiai duot arba jį vos neišsijungt, kad realiai šitas veiktų, nes kai sukasi, tai labiau šitas gaudys. O 2 kažkaip man fazė ten labai įdomiai krito su 2. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Sveiki, sveiki. Žinoma.
Sound? Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I hope you enjoyed the long lunch break. Was that okay? Should there be an even longer one, or was 2 hours okay? And now, as you may know, we have a parallel session taking place in the cinema hall about coastal tourism. So some people are there, and then hopefully the rest are here. And I'm very happy to hear that the app has some friends. Donata Hupreshenkiene from Adways. She was here last year as well, and she just told me that she's very happy about spending more time to network and to use the app as well, because last year wasn't that easy for networking as this year has been. And I think for those people who work with how to make Klaipėda the maritime capital of the Baltics and Lithuanian Maritime Strategy, I think that Yelena Inatsenko from OGA Partners has a voice worth listening to when she talks about maritime law being less developed in this country than it should have been, and how national law overrides maritime law when maritime law should have been used. And I can tell you from the Estonia case that we interviewed a big law firm in Estonia and a maritime law firm, and they said that one challenge they had was that Estonia, being a quite new nation, just like Lithuania, just like Latvia, after the independence, had very few precedences in the law, meaning that there were few court cases that could sort of decide what the outcome would be of a court case in maritime law. So they needed to make precedences themselves, and that's quite time-consuming and so on. So, you know, there are many things when you want to establish and become a big maritime nation, many small steps, and some of them have to do with legal issues, of course. Now we move on to a very interesting session for this town. I just want to mention for you that the app has the agenda. And if you go to this session on the agenda, this session is called Energy and Net Zero Transformation of the Blue Economy. And then you get up the speakers. And at the end, the bottom right, you have something called live Q&A. You can click that one, and then you can pose a question. So if you have questions that you want to express, you can find the app, go into the session, down right, click this blue thing, and then you are able to send a message or question or comment. Now, the only thing I will do now before I withdraw from here is to introduce a woman I have met many, many times during my 10 years frequently visiting this town. And LNG is, of course, the common denominator. You know, people present top skills in different ways. And this woman, she makes herself very interesting by saying that her top skills are leadership, strategy, and then liquefied natural gas. We talk, of course, about Jurgita Šilinskaitė Venslovienė, or Jurgita. And, you know, maritime industry is a male-dominated industry, if I may say so, without anybody getting offended and woke and whatever. You know, I've been in it myself for 20 years. It's a lot of men, especially men my age, my style, gray hair, and so on. And then we have this young woman. Well, you're not that young anymore, but you were very young 10 years ago. You're still young, you know. She's growing as we are growing. And I've seen this woman around different places in this country and other places, always with, you know, her straight up, and it's very easy to recognize Jurgita when you see her. And to follow your development through your career has been quite remarkable. And of course, Klaipėda, as we all know, is a hub for knowledge about LNG and liquefied natural gas. Not liquid, like some people say, you know. People who say liquid natural gas, they don't understand the concept. And I'm very happy to introduce you today. But then, you know, I have dressed up for you today. I have put on some colors that I know you will like, because she's now being not Langvold, but you have a new role. This woman has become the honorary consul for Netherlands. And the Kingdom of Netherlands, KN, is that Klaipėdas Nafta or KN, Kingdom of Netherlands? I'm a bit confused. So the color is yours for Netherlands, and the floor is yours. Enjoy tremendously. Birgitta.
Good afternoon. Tom, you were not supposed to say this information because all of us had to provide some details how to introduce us. So these details were not among them, but we already recognize today that Tom is using some additional intelligence to introduce the panelists. So thank you for being today here in this renewable topic. Blue economy is everything that is around the sea. It's industries, it's energy, it's shipping, logistics, tourism, and all of us are looking towards how to get to net zero in 2050, which is the horizon in Europe we want to achieve. And today, when we organized in general this panel, we were invited as Klaipėdos Nafta, KN, to be a partner. We were discussing whom we could invite to this panel that it would be interesting. But when we were inviting, we were asking, maybe you would like to make a presentation. And we invited six people, and all of them said yes, and yes with presentations. So how we, in this way, we decided that we have short presentations with the most important messages to be given, and afterwards we will have a very short discussion here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce my amazing panel. First of all, it's Minister of Environment, Mr. Simonas Gentvilas, and he will be online. I see him already on the screen. He will be online discussing with us. Please give us the view as well online. And probably if I follow the Tom's line that he was drawing here, I need to say two very important things about the minister. He's from Klaipėda, originally, and he used to study in Oslo. So there are two things that is definitely uniting us here. So welcome, Mr. Minister Simonas, and then we have Mr. Algis Latakas. Please join here on the stage. Mr. Latakas was already introduced several times, so yeah, you have been here, and I believe that you will be afterwards as well. So it's your day today, Algis, and I would say introducing without not mentioning these all official things. So Algis probably is the father of a port, because all the other are children, the companies that are running in the port territory. So Mr. Latakas will be discussing with us, and then we have a representative from a huge company from South Korea, Mr. Henry Fernandez. The company is SKEN. It's a company that is running lots of topics from biotechnologies, energies, etc. And Mr. Fernandez, he specifically has worked with LNG previously, so we have something in common with you as well. So please join us on the stage. Also, we have today in our panel, he is from United States, so he has arrived yesterday from United States to join our discussion, by the way, not from South Korea this time. So Mr. Karolis Dobrovolskis from DFDS Seaways, our almost native, we would say, shipping company operating here. And himself, Karolis, he is focusing on commercial and operation excellence. He's the person who can talk a lot how to organize things in a proper manner in the Baltics especially. And let me introduce my home company, Klaipėdos Nafta KN CEO, Darius Šilenskis. Yes, please. Darius is, we would say in Lithuania, a wolf in energy sector, in trading from oil and gas sector, and now we are looking towards renewables, and Darius will have a chance to introduce the how the company is organizing in the future. And our last panelist and speaker is Astrid Balderhaug from Rystad Energy from Norway. I'm very happy that Rystad Energy is an analytics hub, and they are providing lots of interesting data. So Astrid will be sharing how she sees the decarbonization in general from a bird view, how we look like on our path towards decarbonization. So first of all, the rules are like this. We have a short presentation by each of the speakers, and then we have the panel. 9 minutes for Simonas as a first presenter, and please put on the slides for Minister as well. Simonas, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Do you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
And if I may start by saying hello, and unfortunately we have a budget today in the parliament, and we as ministers in Lithuania, we sit on 2 chairs, both as ministers and members of parliament. So sometimes when coalition has troubles, we have to be in Seimas. So this is the day. But my colleague Vilija Augutavičienė, she's also present from the ministry, and she will be ready to respond on some questions, and she's director of climate change department at the Ministry of Environment. But to start from the big perspective, even if climate change didn't exist, decarbonization would be beneficial for Lithuanian economy, because we have no jobs to lose. We have only jobs to gain. And we do send around 6% of national GDP abroad by purchasing fossil fuels, electricity, and other energy sources. So for Lithuania, it's only gains. It's not the same in Estonia. It's not the same in Poland, where the local resources exist and the jobs are to be demolished with decarbonization. So when we speak of Lithuanian climate neutrality strategy or decarbonization strategy, we pinpoint also to the possibilities that by reducing emissions, we create jobs locally, and we become less dependent on negative trade balances. So there's 2 documents in Lithuania which point at the Lithuanian both strategic level and measures. One of them is National Climate Change Management Agenda adopted in 2020, which says that we should reduce emissions by 30%. And we have a sectorial decarbonization strategies for 5 different sectors, and they are put into National Energy and Climate Action Plan, which is presented for European Commission by every country, or shorter called the National Determined Contributions, as it used to be called in UN. So Lithuania is generally on a good pathway to reduce emissions. If we are emitting around 21 million cubic tons of CO2 equivalent nowadays. 1/3 of it is the companies in the emission trading sector, but with effort of national legislation, with effort of subsidies, with innovation, we are bound to actually fulfill our effort sharing mechanism and our obligation towards the European Union, and even go beyond them. This was not the fact before, and we have made some changes, and with concrete proposals, which I'll point out, that will have a success in upcoming 4 or 5 years. But seen from the continental perspective, our emissions happen on the continent. So blue economy, which is still to be developed outside, should complement and solve the emissions which happen continentally in Lithuania. We have in our forecasts in decarbonization strategies both economic measures and regulatory measures which are in place. Just this year, we adopted very ambitious and probably most ambitious excise duty law proposal, which gives a way forward for fossil fuel taxation up to 2030. And this is the most ambitious energy taxation package probably in Eastern Europe. Secondly, we have an emission trading system which is expanded on European levels, so more companies, road and built environment, aviation, maritime sector will be put on the emission trading sector very, very, very soon. CBAM is also already starting, so, and a lot of subsidies for electric vehicles, renewable energy sources, and energy efficiency is also coming out from the economic perspective. Meanwhile, there's a very fast way forward for green carpet or green corridor for renewable investments in Lithuania, and we have been front runner in the Baltics probably, with national legislation opening and skipping some barriers. We have also increased our energy efficiency targets, both for housing and company and energy use. We have introduced alternative fuels to diesel and other fuel sources. And we have made the taxonomy on our banks work with some of proposals. To focus on sectors which give a primary energy, Lithuania is still a very much energy dependent, import dependent country. And with current plans, with environmental assessment programs, which we see at the Ministry of Environment, and we see the proposals for grid operator, we see that in 4 years, Lithuania will become electricity exporting country. With this will be implemented through offshore wind parks, which would amount of same capacity as somewhere before for a nuclear power plant, which was planned to be built. Onshore wind is rising with almost 1 windmill a day in Lithuania, and solar power plants still to be implemented with financial support from EU, Recovery Resilience Fund, and other national sources. But this is those sources are not the only ones. We account on the government level around 14 billion euros of various grants and guaranteed loans for green transition. Money is available until 2030, and this comes in a leverage with one-to-one with a private investment. Money is available both for private companies and governmental and people in general. So there's money behind also plans. Of course, taxation comes as a proper push, but there's also a monetary and fiscal backing behind it. To my last slide, to come short, as said in the start, Lithuania will boost its economy through green investments. Almost no jobs to be lost. We have learned the lessons of the past, and Lithuania with Klaipėda's Nafta LNG terminal has become a prime example during the gas crisis in recent years. Jobs are created both locally and also regionally if we are front runners in certain areas, especially in harbor activities. But at the same time, we have also challenges. There's still challenges in logistics sector to make it feasible to decarbonize sectors which are very energy intensive. And this is especially a big problem and issue for the road transport. Port and rail, which are good measures and can compete with road, should be expanded, and road transport is a difficult topic. Building efficiency comes into our focus. Billions of euros will be invested through private grants to Lithuanian housing, state-owned housing and private-owned housing, but money is short, so the grant amounts will lower, and there will be push from from below, through legislation, when energy efficiency should be done in an obligatory sense, not in a voluntarily sense. Not like in Latvia and Estonia, Lithuania hosts several energy-intensive industries like cement, fertilizer factories, and oil refinery. We do have a necessity of carbon capture storage. I don't know if it will be done in Lithuania or it will be done in the North Sea. It's still to be discussed in your panel, but decarbonization strategies, which is present in Norwegian companies, are very much of interest in Lithuania and big industrial companies. And of course, there's increasing inequality in Lithuania through regional inequality. So we have to make green transition as popular as possible in the region, because it's mostly regional jobs to be created, and Klaipėda jobs as well. So I wish you a productive discussion, and once again, thank you for the Norwegian Embassy, Klaipėda Municipality and Port Authority for having a third time Klaipėda Manifesto, a very proper way to discuss how we can solve decarbonize continental emissions and companies through activities offshore. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Will you be able to stay with us until the end of the discussion? Just to clarify.
Yes, I'm able to be here until some time. Yes, I'll be here.
Okay, so if you are still there, I hope you will be able to join and to listen what other presentations will be given about. And in the end, I will be able to ask you one or two questions. Okay. Okay, sure. Thank you. And then we have the next presentation, short presentation from Mr. Latakas. I don't have your title actually about the presentation, but presentation can be here. You can be here, and there are the slides. It's not mine, but yes, but I will take it. It's not mine, but I will take it.
Well, somebody will switch on. Yeah, Jurgita, probably you think that I took another presentation not related to Energy Hub. It's something strange on a picture, probably. But it is up to you to decide. It is electrons, it is molecules, or it is chaos. If we are going not to do something right now, very quick, the world will change. And this climate change is really, really very important. So, this one, green one. Mm-hmm. So we have to be fast, we have to be rapid, and we have to do many things to stop climate change, and it is very important for everybody of us. What we are doing in a port now, first when the question arises what to do immediately to stop climate change or to be zero emission, I have to say, stop consume. It be not necessary to handle goods in a port. Everybody will be satisfied with no consumption, so we will stop those emissions. But of course it is not possible, because everybody we need to consume. We need food, we need clothes, we need raw materials, we need to give our products to another countries, and so on and so on. So in a port anyway, all the time, how the port will live so long, the stevedoring activities, traditional stevedoring, will remain. And today we are proud of that, because in a port we talk in a morning session that we are doing quite well in those very difficult circumstances. But anyway, it is today it's staying in a port, and we are doing those things. Shipbuilding in Klaipėda port as well, it is very important. And I am very lucky that this one industry stays in a port. It could be, we can say it's not very green, you know. But anyway, we need ships. And the most thing is important that in a port we have this industry, because this industry creates a lot of things around. A lot of engineers are attended there. And after those engineers, they spread around and they do another things. So it is as a center of engineering in Lithuania, I say in Klaipėda port. Some part of, I say, not very green energy, but anyway, LNG, 2014, Mr. Shlanskis will tell you more about this LNG, whole activities in port, but we have this kind of cargo, and we are satisfied of that because after, from this cargo, we can gain another things. We can get vessels driven by LNG in a port, we can distribute it, and we are, to say, a little bit in the front, comparing with another ports. What in the future is our activities, what we are going to do? It is offshore wind hub, I will explain a little bit later, fossil fuel production as well, and electricity supply for the ships. It is our aim to do in the near future. I am not talking about money because there is a lot of money, but everybody we have to understand that there is no more way, there is no another way as to be green and to make improvements on that thing. Hydrogen. You see, we are in a process now to implement 2 megawatts electrolyzer in Klaipėda port, and even Port Authority will start to produce hydrogen on year something 2025. Now everything goes very smoothly, impact on environment, people, they are a bit afraid. You see hydrogen is very dangerous, but what I say to them, look, 1990, only one station, probably Statoil, first one came to our city and everybody was afraid, oh, it is dangerous to have petrol station in a town. So the hydrogen is nothing more dangerous. You have to only to know to deal. So we will have one fossil-free fuel in a port. As well as a hub for offshore wind installation, quite long story. We started the story 2020. We got some permission from government, some reduction on return on investment. It was first one thing very difficult to find territory in Klaipėda port because it is a lack of territory. But anyway, we found, we make some contract with Glasgow company, and now we are preparing a special key wall, special place to be as a base for offshore wind park development. And we understand that offshore wind parks, they can't be developed without port support. So Klaipėda port 2025, I think so, at the end of this year, we will be ready to serve offshore wind developers. And first one, of course, we start to do this because of Lithuanian offshore wind park, which first one tender already is done. And now this autumn will be finished second one. So 1.4 megawatt offshore wind park will be developed near to Klaipėda. As well, electrification, yeah, a lot of things about that. Vessels coming to port, they are staying near the quay, they are staying some hours, and the engine's running, so you have to supply them with electricity. So we are on a process as well, looking for European money for support. It's very expensive. And now we are doing some design study in which one places is the best to install onshore power station, OPS station, and to supply vessels with electricity. There are some places. First one we want to start from Ro-Ro vessels, second one with cruise vessels, and third one with the containers probably. And you can see in image some places where it should be. And one of them, there is a new one quay. We are going to reclaim from the Equatory for new cruise terminal, and there will be all equipped with this installation for onshore power supply. Another one thing is, we are talking very much now about expanding of our port. There is no possibilities really. It was decided that offshore or deep sea port, it will stop a little bit for a while. But now we are in a process to reclaim 100 hectares of territory in the southern part of Klaipėda port. And 2022, we make some layout alternatives. Now we are making some commercial study. There is a process on impact on environment. And we hope that somewhere 2028 we will have new territory. It's again a lot of things around when we will start to reclaim a lot of money. It's hundreds of millions, but nothing to do if we want to have Klaipėda port competitive regarding the other ports. And what we are going to do there, today we have 4 options. We will see what the players will come to us, but there could be container terminal. You will say it's nothing green, okay. There could be green ship recycling or another recycling activities. We know that such huge ports as Antwerp, they are very active now to take some kind of waste and recycling it. It's a circular economy as well, something a little bit closer to green things. And it could be green energy terminal as a hydrogen as well, very popular today as ammonia or methanol, like those things. And of course it could be territory used for offshore wind components production and offshore wind development. We will see in the future how we will use this one territory, but the time will come for that. So a lot of activities, a lot of movement in port, and I have to say that in a port we have 14 stevedoring companies, as well shipbuilding, ship repair companies, and other companies, a lot of transport companies, and every of those companies, they are working in their own how to make circumstances greener, how to make their activities greener, and how to be together with this zero emission policy. It's all what I want to say. 18 seconds left. Thank you.
Fantastic. Wonderful time management. Thank you very much. So next presentation will be given by Henry Fernandez. So I look forward really to see the slides and to listen how such a huge company from South Korea operating in different sectors is planning to manage the zero emissions. So please share it with us.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Henry Fernandez. I'm from SK E&S, Director of Business Development. Today, I would like to share a little bit about who SK is as a company and how we plan to achieve net zero by 2040. So SK Group is a Korean conglomerate that was ranked 117th on the Fortune Global 500 as of 2022. We have a total market cap of $185 billion with annual revenues of $138 billion per year. We focus on 4 key areas of business. We have advanced materials, which is mostly semiconductors. We have biopharmaceuticals. We also do digital, which is mostly telecommunication. And then green, which is mostly energy. As you can see here, green is the biggest chunk of our portfolio. And we focus mostly on LNG, renewables, hydrogen, and batteries. So diving in a little bit more into our energy portfolio, SK, we have full integration of the LNG value chain. We continue to expand our renewable portfolio. We're seeking to take a leadership position in the hydrogen space, and we are developing CCUS projects to power the future. So on the LNG side, as I mentioned, we're fully integrated, and if we go on the upstream side of the value chain, SK holds about 1 BCM of gas production out of Oklahoma in the United States. We have 2 BCM of gas production out of Australia, and we have 0.7 BCM of gas production out of Indonesia. On the midstream side of things, we have 2.2 MTPA of liquefaction production out of Freeport, Texas. We have 1.5 MTPA of liquefaction production out of Australia, Darwin LNG. And then we own 4 ships that we use to transport all of our LNG across the globe. On the downstream side of things, we hold regas capacity at different terminals in Korea and in China. And we're also looking for other markets to expand our regas position so that we can place our LNG. On the power side for gas, we have about 5.5 gigawatts of installed capacity of gas-fired units in Korea. And then we are the market leader in city gas operation with 22% of total market share, and we deliver gas to about 4.5 million homes every year. On the renewable side of things, we're continuing to grow and expand our renewable portfolio. We have about 500 megawatts of installed capacity in Korea, and we have a pipeline of over 3 gigawatts of renewable projects to come online over the next 10 to 15 years. On the hydrogen side of things, we're looking at a phased approach to hydrogen. So we're starting off with gray hydrogen by installing 30,000 tons per annum of gray hydrogen production this year. We're going to expand that to 250,000 by adding an incremental 250,000 tons of blue hydrogen by 2025. And then we will go into the 2030s by installing green hydrogen or developing green hydrogen projects in Korea and in neighboring markets. On the energy solution side of things, we continue to grow our energy solutions by acquisition of projects in the United States. So we've had a series of partnerships that enable us to develop energy solution and storage systems in the United States that we then ship to Korea and other parts of the world. So the question I'd like to address today is, how does SK bridge the carbon gap and achieve net zero by 2040? So in 2021, SK decided that we would commit to net zero and a green economy and a green future for energy. So what we did was establish a goal of net zero by 2040. From 2022 to 2030, we have made the commitment to deploy billions of dollars into the hydrogen and the renewable energy space in order to help us get there. And then by 2030, we expect that all of these assets will be operating and will help us start offsetting the emissions from our production in other businesses. So how do we bridge to the future? So for SK, we believe that there are 4 key points that will help us get there. The first point is low carbon LNG. The second point is renewable energy, followed by hydrogen, and then energy solution. So on renewable energy, SK firmly believes that, on LNG, SK believes that LNG will have to be the bridge fuel into the next decade to get us powered through the next decade. And in order to do so, we are implementing and developing projects with CCUS to reduce the emissions produced from our liquefaction, gas production, and power generation side. As we've seen, LNG has bolstered energy security around the world, given recent crises. And then it's a natural complement to renewables. So LNG is a dispatchable energy that we can turn on and off, and that can serve as a backup to renewables when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. And then finally, LNG we view as the gateway for developing blue hydrogen, because there are so many similarities in both, especially for blue hydrogen. We understand that we can leverage the gas infrastructure, specifically in the US. This is something that we've been working on in order to usher in a new era of blue hydrogen. On the renewable front, SK, we believe that harnessing wind and solar is the true energy independence, as that's something that countries can do to harvest their own natural resources. Cost curves continue to flatten, which makes it much more appealing and attractive to adopt renewable energy technologies. Adoption rates across the world continue to increase as market penetration gets new levels and is much wider across the globe. And then government support continues to be key as it provides subsidies in order to deploy renewable and hopefully hydrogen technologies in the future. However, there's one key issue with renewable energy, is that there's no storage capacity at the grid scale. And that's something that SK is currently working on alongside with other companies. On the hydrogen side, we see a big opportunity in transportation sector. And as I mentioned before, there's an opportunity to also leverage the existing natural gas infrastructure for blue hydrogen. On energy solution, this is where we're kind of most innovative, where we are working with IT solutions as well as AI, so that we can manage power generation, distribution, and overall energy use. So I'd like to share very briefly an example of how SK is currently implementing some of the things that we're talking about. So in the case of carbon neutrality, here you can see we have a gas field in Australia, Barossa field, where we produce gas. We then capture the CO2, which we inject into an underground storage facility. We then ship that we liquefy the gas into LNG, ship the LNG into end markets, and in Korea we have a pilot project where we're also installing CCUS technology or CCS technology post-combustion so that we can capture the carbon, strip it out of the gas and be able to then ship it back to Australia so that we can store it. The storage facility that we have in Australia is an underground depleted oil and gas field, and that's what we're currently using to store this carbon. In this field, SK has 37.5% share of the total field, and we expect to offset about 0.5 to 0.7 MTPA of carbon every year for the rest of this decade and into the 2030s. So let me zoom out, and I'm starting to run up against time here, but I'll zoom out and kind of look at the bigger picture. SK as a company, we're currently emitting by 2025 about 10 million tons of carbon a year. By 2030, we will hit our maximum peak of 15 million tons of carbon emissions per year. And as you can see, it drops off into the 2040s, given some indirect benefits that we reap from other technologies. However, this is if we continue business as usual. And as I mentioned before, we've made a commitment to have a net zero by 2040. So what we will do is have direct interventions with CCS technology and hydrogen. And by 2030, we will offset about 9 million tons of total CO2 emissions. And then into the 2040s, we will have complete zero emissions as a company. It's an ambitious goal because we have set 5% emissions reduction every year from now until 2040. And the key strategies for achieving that is deploying a significant amount of capital in order to create a more robust system that enables us to get to neutrality. As I mentioned, the focus areas are low carbon LNG, renewable, and energy solutions. And for that, we've made a series of acquisitions. Specifically, in the United States, we acquired a stake in Plug Power, which is a hydrogen company that we're working very closely with to develop these other these projects in Korea for gray and blue hydrogen. Lastly, I know I said a lot in a very short period of time, so I want to leave you with the following messages. If you take nothing else away from what I've said, please just try to hone in on these messages. One, LNG plus carbon capture will be necessary to bridge the future. So we think LNG has to play a role for the next 15 years, more or less, in the energy mix. Two, developing micro and grid scale storage solutions remains key for unlocking full renewable potential. While renewable is the key, the real key is storage. And then three, hydrogen is promising as a replacement fuel, but will need to be done in phases, with green hydrogen being the holy grail. In this case, we're taking a phased approach to get to green hydrogen, and we do think that it will have to be done in phases and not all at once by diving into green hydrogen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Henry. Once you had this flight from United States, so we couldn't not to give 2 additional minutes, right, to finish. Right. Yeah, thank you so much. Karolis Dobrovolskas from DFDS. So how are you coping with these ambitions for net zero? And I see that from the topic you will share some insights.
Can you hear me? Because probably I will be the tallest speaker for today, but I'm used to that. Being the speaker after the minister and the director of the port of Klaipėda, and especially of the colleague Hernandez, took a couple of minutes from my time, so I have to be sweet and short. So I try to do my best. I'm representing DFDS company. It's a shipping and logistic company all across Europe and Turkey. Headquarters are based in Copenhagen, and here you can see the map. The map might look like created by a crazy spider, but it's not true. It's happened mainly due to the many acquisitions what EFD has for the past years, and also due to the organic growth. So what we are doing to decarbonize our both operations in ferry business and in logistics. So we have set for ourselves 3 very ambitious targets. And the target number 1 is 45% reduction in CO2 intensity from ferries by 2030. Second is 50% absolute reduction for the road transport and warehousing also by 2030. But now we are considering that we can be even more ambitious, and we would like to increase this number from 50 to 75%. And leave the same target by year to achieve that by 2030. And of course, the last one and the most ambitious is to become a climate neutral company by 2050. I know that sounds very, very ambitious, and we do not know the answers if it would be possible to achieve by this year or not, but we are doing the best possible we can do it now. Of course, we're looking for the new solutions, new trends, new technical perspectives to achieve this target even as soon as possible. And here I can show you that we have different aspects what we are working on now, like a short-term solutions, medium-term, or even long-term. The clean methanol is an option for us, but we are considering also other types of fuel as well. Now we are working a lot on and doing some researches on ammonia, green ammonia. Maybe it would be possible to have this type of fuel on our vessels. But of course, there's some operational challenges. The first is obvious cost, and the other one is availability of this fuel. How we can ensure that we will have this fuel as much as we need. So this is a challenge. And everybody now is talking about the electrifying. So we are have an idea how to electrify our vessels as well. Of course, it is not possible to electrify the vessels, for example, who are sailing daily from Klaipėda to Sweden, or from Klaipėda to Kiel due to the long distance. But we also operate the channel route. Channel is short route, short distance between England and France. The crossing time is approximately 90 minutes. So we see a possibility to have a possibility to electrify these vessels on this route. So I think this is the soonest possibility where we can electrify the vessels. But nevertheless, even we are operating with a regular fuel now mostly. There are some activities or ideas what we can do even now to make our planet a bit better than it was yesterday. So all the crew members, all the captains are involved in this project, and we are optimizing both onboard and terminal operations, and this allows us to have earlier departure time compared to the regular schedule. That means that every evening when the vessel have to sail from Klaipėda, we are departing approximately 30-40 minutes earlier, and it allows us to save approximately 60% of CO2 per year. And here you can see that we are in the middle of deploying 125 full electrical trucks. Some of them are already placed in Klaipėda. By the way, a couple of weeks ago, I saw one of them was deployed in a downtown, was delivering some goods to the Klaipėda castle, where the castle is now under reconstruction or still rebuilding. I didn't know how to say it correctly. But we are also looking for the possibility to have these trucks more in Klaipėda as well, or in Lithuania. So this is just the beginning. Here you can see a picture of very classical port of Ghent in Belgium. This is very classical port. Of course, it's a big port. with many operations per day, huge territory, and this is kind of our hub. We are delivering many goods from Scandinavia, especially from the port of Gothenburg, Sweden, to port of Ghent. And we have a vision how we would like to see this port in the nearest future. Here you can see the picture, how does it look today. And here's a picture how we would like to see this port by probably 2030. We are already in the middle of this project, as we already have full electrical trucks, charging stations, battery stations in this port. Now we are in discussion and in a project is ongoing how to have our own wind turbine windmills in a terminal, as it will allow us to generate as much electricity as we need, at least we hope so. Also, we would like to have a full electrical barge. This is not something new. We have some of these barges already working in the Netherlands, but here we would like to have this in Ghent. And this could be a great example for other ports and other terminals where DFDS is operating across the Europe. And we do believe that it could be a great succession plan if we're going to achieve these targets. We think that we can implement and have the same success story in other ports as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Karolis. Q&A will be later on, so not now. You can take your seat. Thank you for your presentation. Of course, I would love to see the hub not in Ghent, but in Klaipėda. Yes, I'll get. Meanwhile, let me ask Darius to present. Recently, KN introduced new strategy towards 2050. So how KN is going there?
Yes. So,
tell us.
You know better, you know, at least not worse than me, being my teammate. Yeah, so. But yeah, hello everybody, sveiki visi. I'll try to be extremely concise because presentation of our new strategy at our regular stakeholders event took at least 1.5 hours. But before I start, I think it's worth to briefly at least to say what we do now. KN is a company which operates 5 terminals, both oil, chemicals, biofuels, and LNG in Lithuania. 2 presently we operate in Germany, and 1 we operate and maintain in Brazil. But in effect, what kind of company is KN historically? KN historically was established more than 60 years ago, and it was always serving, you know, as a, let's say, a balancing point between a supply of demand and let's say bridging the energy markets. Presently, if to take away from our portfolio LNG operations in our oil, chemical, and biofuel terminals, in general, we are handling the most conventional, still, let's say, form of energy used for transportation. Talking about LNG, it's more used for fertilizers, maybe also for some energy production, but it's a bit different story. And in general, KN's role, especially in the region, covers all three corners of energy trilemma. So first of all, we are important to assure competitiveness of the oil products, chemicals, and also natural gas in the region. Even before the war, almost 10 years ago, when FSRU Independent started operations, it was a plan B in a worst-case scenario, which actually happened less than 2 years ago. But the biggest role of this infrastructure was that from the first day of starting operations, natural gas prices in the entire region became competitive and eliminated the effect of monopoly. So we were covering and are still covering equity corner, and not only energy equity corner and affordability corner, and not only in LNG, but as well we do the same in our oil terminal by creating alternative, let's say, supply gates or entrance as well for conventional fuels like diesel, gasoline, biofuels, etc. Talking about another corner, energy security corner, so it is obvious that we played a significant role after war has started in Ukraine, and there was no chance to blackmail this region anymore, and we were, let's say, capable to withdraw from any Russian molecules from the first day of the war. And last but not the least, of course, I believe that we are covering very strongly the third corner of energy trilemma, where sustainability stands for, and why, for example, LNG is a least pollutive, let's say, alternative, fossil alternative, so our contribution is undoubtful. And for example, we can use like Brazilian project, where, let's say, this project, which part of that we are, is also very important in terms of using LNG as an energy producing source, as a more sustainable comparing to, for example, coal. So our strategy simply, and our vision till 2050 is related probably with a phrase said by Charles Darwin. You know, we are not the biggest player, but we are not maybe the strongest player, but we will be the most flexible and adaptable in terms of creating needed infrastructure, accumulating needed capacities in all our projects, in all our terminals, in order to support energy transition in the region. So towards climate neutrality. So why it is important? Energy contributes or affects 3/4 of entire, let's say, climate change effect. So it's definitely obvious that we should act now, and in accordance to various projections and various scenarios, there are many opinions, but if to take a global view, even by 2050, about 40% of entire energy mix will still consist from the fossil fuels, oil and natural gas. Sounds strange, but you know why? Because it will push out the most pollutive one. I have in mind coal, down to also 11% by the latest projections. But this is only one scenario. So you know, when we were creating a long-term strategy, we need to choose the scenario in which we believe. We believe that energy transition is extremely important to the planet, but we also believe that you cannot destroy economies, countries, and the transition should go in a smooth and a sustainable way. So talking about our strategy in a more detailed way, so we have three different periods where we have different, let's say, goals to be achieved. So talking about the closest period till 2030, our ambition is to set the foundation for the new energies, so-called, for our new businesses, which will be actual, definitely actual in our region. Especially, we heard the minister and, let's say, Lithuania's ambition to become self-sufficient in terms of energy and to have almost only green energy or green renewable energy generation. So that means that we will have some opportunities in the field of carbon capture and storage, which will be needed, and also in a field of liquid hydrogen carriers and even, let's say, energy storage projects. So the first period is about setting the foundation, generating needed competences within a company, even maybe making some acquisitions in the mentioned new energy fields. Talking about our present businesses, we are going to grow our revenues by 50%, and that comes out mainly from, let's say, value proposition improvements and operational and commercial excellence initiatives. So talking about the other period, till 2040, we believe that all those new energies can be commercialized, so meaning we will have business cases behind. So there will be a balance between demand and supply side, and we will be ready to provide needed services for our customers by handling of, you name it, methanol, ammonia, and what will be, let's say, actual and applicable in our region. As well, it is a period where we see growth and significant growth of our global footprint by adding into our portfolio additional LNG projects globally, where they will be more demanded, for example, Southeast Asia. And of course, 2041 and 2050 is a period when we will probably be phasing out from our LNG business. As of next year, we are becoming owner of FSRU Independence, and it most likely during the last decade of a strategic horizon, it will be, let's say, a task to allocate this asset somewhere where it still can work. And as well, I believe in this period, let's say, our conventional transshipment storage activities will be substituted by renewable bio forms of energy, liquid forms of energy in our terminals. To be more precise about the closest strategic period, I already mentioned all the blocks. And maybe what is important to highlight here, one of our three business streams, LNG stream, we will be very focusing on developing green solutions, not only by creating new infrastructure and creating new partnerships, but also as being an owner of one of the top 10 polluters in Lithuania presently, if to take FSRU Independence. So we will be investing heavily into supplying all possible operations with green electricity and replacing fossil fuel used for regasification activities. As well, another initiatives related with any possible emissions reductions, efficiency improvements in the operations and infrastructure where we do. And talking about new energies, I already mentioned. Our ambition, talking about the E part from ESG, about the emissions, so our ambition is minus 30% till 2050, minus 70% till 2040, and to become absolutely climate neutral by 2050. Those ambitions are quite a heavy ones or big ones, because as I said, as an owner of FSRU, we need to look for some solutions, including CCS solution, carbon capture solution, to continue operations, but achieve ambition on a significant reduction on any greenhouse gas which we emit from our activities. We are slightly ahead, maybe with some of ambitions. It's worth to mention that, for example, biofuels handling in our terminals here locally in Lithuania increased 16 times within the last 4 years. And we are a part of such interesting and important R&D initiatives like Horizon Europe high-end project on hydrogen, where with participation of universities, we are developing together technology on producing green hydrogen from biomass. We are leading partners, so to say, in a regional CCS, let's say, consortium, together with Schwenk and Orlen, on developing the value chain about the carbon capture, storage or utilization in the future. And of course, we are doing quite well already during the last 5 years on significantly improving energy efficiency, and that means directly improving, let's say, or reducing our emissions. So why we believe that we will succeed? Because our strategy, again, is about all three important corners. It's about planet, it's about the people, and it's about the profit and about the balance between it. Because shareholders will still be willing to get profits, people will still be willing to live in a more clean environment, and we are located in Klaipėda, especially within the society, in the middle of the city, so it's important to give contribution. And talking about the planet, I already mentioned, we are following ambition of all major oil, gas, energy, and other companies on to become absolutely climate neutral by 2050. So, sorry by taking 2 more minutes, but I have some connections in the moderator side.
Maybe you come from United States? Thank you very much, Darius. So our last presentation, a quick presentation as well. We have Astrid, so she will give us the bird view. So all these gentlemen, did they say the truth? Is it going to be like this? How do you see? Is the shipping going to be greener? Please give your insights.
Thank you. I'm here today to talk about the decarbonization of the shipping industry. And like Darius, I will start by introducing the energy trilemma, and luckily you're all familiar with it now, as you've heard a speech about it just now. But when we talk about energy systems, we like to frame it in the energy trilemma, and we say that energy needs to be affordable, it needs to be sustainable, and it needs to be reliable or secure. And in Europe, for example, we've seen historically that the focus between the three corners of the energy trilemma has shifted. So, for example, in 2014-15, with the oil price downturn due to large volumes of shale oil from the US hitting the market, there was a large focus on cost cuts and affordability of energy, especially in Europe in the oil and gas industry. And then from the onsets of the Paris Agreement in 2015, and as the focus on costs slowed down a bit, the focus on sustainability increased in order to reach the targets as set out from the Paris Agreement. And then after the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the EU has had tremendous focus on reliability of energy and security of the access of energy. And this trilemma is also accounting for the shipping industry and also the transitional fuels to be used in the shipping industry. Because sustainability has gained a lot of attention recently in this industry. For example, the EU ETS is planning on including the shipping industry in the carbon pricing schemes for all vessels above 5,000 gigatons from 2024. We also have the Fuel EU Maritime, which is emission intensity regulatory framework, which aims to reduce the emission intensity from the fuel combustion on ships in EU ports. And then globally, we of course have the IMO, which just recently upwards adjusted their targets, aiming for net zero in the shipping industry by around 2050. So zooming in on the Fuel EU Maritime, what you see here in the thick blue line is basically the emission intensity reduction targets from the regulatory framework. And what we see is that, for example, LNG is expected to be compliant with the framework until the year of 2040, at least as LNG is known by now. Of course, there's a lot of measures being done to decarbonize LNG as well. And then you have the biofuels, synthetic fuels, and also clean ammonia, which are expected to be compliant with the framework until 2050. So then it's natural maybe to look further into clean methanol and also clean ammonia, as these are fuels that are gaining a lot of attention and has gained a lot of attention recently. And what you see here is analysis that we in Rystad Energy most recently did, where we basically show the potential of uptake of these two different fuels in the new builds on order book going forward. And this is based both on the current order books, but it's also based on the willingness to pay and also how the different shipping segments are structured. So, for example, you see that Ro-Ro and bulk and container are the segments that are expected to have or be the early adopters within the industry. For example, for Ro-Ro, one of the reasons is that it's a quite small fleet. So if one new ammonia ship, for example, is on the order book in 2023, this has a large impact on the new build adoption rate for this segment, right? And then also, how much of the transportation cost is actually a part of the value of the end commodity for the end user. So for example, the RoRo segment delivering cars, the transportation share of the cost of this commodity is quite small, meaning that they're less sensitive to incremental increases in costs of transportation. And this increased focus on sustainability within the shipping segment is also trickling down on the supply and the pipeline of supply of these clean fuels. So what we see here is basically the communicated projects on both clean methanol and clean ammonia globally. And as you see, it's a rapid growth in communicated projects in terms of capacity towards 2027, where we especially see that the US is taking a lead in both fuels, which is fueled by subsidies given from the IRA. But especially for clean methanol, we see that also suppliers, European suppliers, are joining the race or joining the pipeline towards 2027 with large producers in Denmark, Norway, Spain, and many other countries that are represented in the list here. And then lastly, I wanted to focus on the ports, because we all know that the ports are the entities that can enable new supply to meet new demand. And the example that I've chosen to show here to the left is a graph showing bunker fuel sales from the port of Rotterdam from 2010 to 2022. And as you see a decline in conventional fuels, the green line here is the increase of bunkering sales of LNG from 2016 to 2022. And from 2018 to 2021, which was the peak, the Port of Rotterdam saw an increase of 30 times the volume sold of LNG, really showcasing how ports are able to turn around and provide the energy that the consumer, here the ships, do demand. And I've also used Port of Rotterdam as an example for, as they are taking the lead, at least in Europe, for projects of new fuels. So they have a lot of existing and also ongoing planned projects for biomethanol, clean ammonia, and also other biofuels. So that was what I was planning to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, please take a seat, Astrid. So we still have some time to discuss. Oh, thank you. Simonas is here as well. Can we have him on the screen? So first of all, after all presentations, I don't know how about you colleagues or my dear panelists, it seems that we know where we are going. If 2 years ago we had this discussion and these presentations, probably we wouldn't be that certain. And now all the companies, all the institutions, it seems that we are all in line. We see the horizon of 2050. SK sees the horizon already for 2040, and it's on the way. But even when you know the way, sometimes it's not possible to go very straight, but sometimes you have lots of curves that you need to take in order to find the best solution. So, Simonas, if I may, first of all, turn to you. When you present all this amazing vision of Lithuania being green by 2050, we still have lots of challenges. It's not that easy to persuade all the companies that today you already need to invest and lead the path, because it's very costly. All these alternatives are costly. How you, from your perspective as a minister, how do you see what are the most important challenges on your agenda right now and how to cope with it?
Sometimes it's wishful thinking, of course. Because the European continent is only 1/10 of global emissions, but it's a single continent which has economic policy, restrictive policy, meaning that we are forbidding certain fossil fuels, and we have also subsidies for several sectors. compared among the developed countries around the world, United States, Australia, Chile, and elsewhere, Europe is exceptional. And but since Europe is only 1/10 of global emission, it's difficult for Europe to push ahead alone without United States, without China, which is 1/3 of emissions. And that's why United Nations and COPs, an upcoming COP in Dubai is very important, that the oil-rich nations, they would make a turn. Because if we would push too fast on our industries, especially those bordering external countries, like Lithuania has an external country with Belarus and Russia, we will drive out our industries, and the carbon leakage will happen. In small economies like Lithuania, it is happening already. The jobs are lost because they are outcompeted by industries elsewhere. So for ministers of environment, for ministers of the economy, you have to select the right moment when to change. And I think it's going to be pretty soon the right moment to change in many of the industries towards carbon clean, low emission technologies, and they would make them profitable. They would those investments would make them more competitive, because also seen from the global brands, from ESG strategies in the big companies like SK showed before, the corporations are driving also supply chain changes in scope 2, in scope 3. So I think we have to measure when it's good to change. In certain sectors, it's already late because you have been outcompeted. In certain industries, it's now to invest, and in certain industries, it's very soon the innovations will be there and the market forces will be there. Probably, so to answer your question, of course, it's wishful thinking to be upfront in everything, but industries they have to make wise thinking when to make the investments.
Yes, thank you, Simonas. And then I would like to turn to Karolis, if I may, because you mentioned industries, you cannot push too much. One thing is to provide some subsidies, some incentives, some carrots, right? But for example, when you are, as a company, are choosing on these green directions and investment, what is stimulating you to choose between some technologies, or what is it that makes you?
I can totally echo to the Minister Simonas again, to what he mentioned here. And for us as a company, it's very important to feel the support from the government side. When you see that the government is looking the same way as you do, when you have the subsidy programs, which is very important, then you're willing to follow these changes as well. For example, now Germany and Norway, these two countries are probably the best example for the road transportation and how they're doing subsidies for these business. So it's very important to have the support from the government side. Also, it's very important not just to be focused on one thing. You have to be like open-minded, and it's very difficult, especially for the shipping and logistics, to reorientate your technology part when you are used to work with this kind of trucks or vessels or other technologies. And now you have to find how to operate different ones. For example, we can easily buy the e-trucks, but e-trucks cannot go the same distance as the regular trucks are going. So that means if we have to charge e-trucks every 50 kilometers or every 70 kilometers, we cannot offer the same product what can offer the companies with their regular trucks. And of course, the other complexity problem in the future could be for those who do not want these changes will be taxation. So it's better to be one step ahead, because sooner or later taxation will touch all of us. So it's better to be green as soon as possible to avoid this taxation.
So that's an incentive from another side, right? The taxation. Astrid, you have been talking about these different regulations, and coming from EU, that it will be under the emission trading system, the emission allowances. So what if I have a fleet of vessels and I do not meet the requirements of CO2 emissions. What will happen to me, like for DFDS, for example?
Yeah, so what will happen is monetary penalties or penalties. And you can also, according to the framework as of now at least, it is expected that you will have certain periods where you have to report your emissions. And if you're not compliant to the framework or the regulatories 2 consecutive periods, then the member state that you're arriving at, the port that you're arriving at, can actually choose to hold your vessel in addition to these penalties. So I guess the penalties are quite strict, but the EU is also definitely seems like they're doing things to loosen up these strict regulations as well. We have seen that they are open for vessel owners to actually use or get compliances certificates based on the average fleet, for example. So having one over-compliant vessel that, for example, runs on e-methanol, that is far, far below the framework as of now and will be so until at least 2040, will actually be able to weigh up for the vessels that you do have that runs on more conventional fuels and are above the limits going forward. So there are some way room in the regulatory framework as well.
I especially like that moment that the port authorities will be able to stop that vessel in the port. So, Mr. Latakas, you are going to be a god in the port, not only father, but the god as well. So, it's challenging to have OPS ready in the hydrogen-ready bunkering infrastructure, maybe methanol we heard, maybe ammonia, maybe some additional things. LNG we have already in the port. What are the most important challenges for you see from current perspective, and also what you showed on your slides?
Yeah, first one, I lost my microphone somewhere. I don't know where is it. But
did you get another? But you got
another
one.
I got one from American friend of mine. So you see, everything is we are in one community. Really, the challenges they are very big, and it's a very difficult question to answer because there are many features. First one, I say, big one scale. It means legislation. If you are looking only at ports, it'd be difficult to force them to be green. Why? Now we are talking about European Union directives, SAFIR, AFRID, and others. They force ports to make OPS stations inside, to make another things, but the vessels, they are staying aside. They are not forced by those things. Another one thing, European Union is doing their own things. Another world even not thinking about that. So a lot of questions around. And I think that the main issue is that all transport modes, ports, vessels, railway, motor transport, everything has to have one legislation. And everybody, up to some time, have to be prepared to be ready for implementation those features, zero emission. Another one thing, for example, for us it is very challenging what we see now when we are talking about onshore power stations. We want to electrify, but if to implement it in port, we have to get first new grid to the port, another one to renew all network in a port. And to make it, it's very difficult, very hard, and it will cost a lot of money. But you have to do it, you have to prepare it. And third one thing, globally, I think we had today about that some stockholders, they, of course, they want profit, and it has to be. But everybody has to have in mind that blue economy is not possible without green economy. So anyway, some part of the profit has to be dedicated for all those green things. Sometimes as a people, you know, when we are far from some issues, to say, we are thinking it's not my question. It's something somewhere, the ice is no more, and it's not my problem. But I had a luck to be in a jet propulsion center. And there is a center where they operate all satellites around the world. And you know, they show what is happening, and I can convince you that here, in this one place, we have tremendous changes, because they see what is going to be on the surface, they see what is going to be in the middle of the earth, and everything really, really changes. So everybody, we have to do as much as possible.
Okay, so that means that you as a port authority see that it is challenging to attract the companies to commit. Meanwhile, you need to invest a lots of money, so that is an opportunity as well. So let's go to KN. Because port has own challenges, and anyway, each company, if we talk about port authority or any other company, we need to have a business case in place. First of all, of course, probably sometimes there are some investments being done to be the first mover, and maybe it creates some advantages, maybe not. But in general, for you as a company CEO, when you are looking at these new opportunities, is it easy for you, and what are the challenges for you to implement the strategy?
Thank you for your question. Not at all. Simple answer. Because even convincing my own team to look further, to look into 2050, to try to project what could be the future with such uncertainty, starting from the global, ending even with a regional uncertainty, is very complex task to do. But talking about, let's say, our goals and our transition, I believe both Minister and Mr. Algis mentioned probably the same reasons. We don't know yet what will be the policies, how those policies will be, let's say, agreed globally between different continents. And yes, we have ambition. We have also ambition that we will be funded significantly, both by EU and by the state. I also would like to believe so, including companies like ours, because in our strategy, 1/3 of investment of a capex planned till 2050 is expected to come from the funding. But funding is one thing. I think one of the biggest challenges for any business plan in renewables is a demand side. Because all the disruptions and changes, significant changes, historically has happened when some alternative became the most attractive to the consumer. And if the molecule, the green or clean methanol, ammonia, or any other alternative is not competitive, the penalties will not motivate the consuming or demand side. So, and the demand side is a part of the task which we do while creating a Lithuanian national energy strategy, and it's not yet answered. And anyway, it will be the best guess from the best known, let's say, assumptions from today's perspective. And such a long strategies, they are pre-programmed to be revised yearly because the volatility of the regulation and even on economics is so high that you cannot predict. And when you need to take an FID, final investment decision, where the payback is above longer than 12 or sometimes even 20 years, just because of, let's say, neutrality to the climate, it is really, really complicated to convince stakeholders which are responsible for such decisions. So many problems, nevertheless, I don't want to stop on a negative note. I believe it is possible. I really like SK's approach, or Korean approach, to be honest. Why? Because we are going to create demand market by using gray hydrogen, by making consumers, or let's say creating consumers pool and switching later to the absolutely clean alternative. So maybe we cannot afford that ourselves, but it's maybe it's not the silver bullet for Lithuania or for region where we are now, but it might be, let's say, one of the ways where demand comes first and that speeds up change and investment decisions.
Yes, thank you, Darius. Maybe for the ones who are not from energy sector, I can give one very interesting example. If last year we had lots of studies and discussions that hydrogen will be everywhere, that means even in heating sector, in households, etc. This year, the recent studies already say that, well, first of all, we will electrify everything that we can. And once it's not possible to electrify anymore, then hydrogen is the one which is playing the crucial role. It is playing a crucial role, but there is another attitude changing. So as you mentioned, probably yes, you will have to overview all of our strategies on a yearly basis, looking what disruptions are happening in the market. And Henry, so you see that we are struggling with 2050 with net zero, and you say that in 2040 in your huge company you are planning to have this net zero. Do you see challenges? What is working, what is not?
Well, of course there are challenges. I mean, I think you have a shareholder base that you have to be accountable to, and it's mostly about profits, right? So as a private company, that's what we're seeking. However, in the hydrogen space, we want to be competitive, but most importantly, we want to be the first mover, which is why we made such a strong commitment to hydrogen. We understand that green hydrogen has many challenges, specifically economics, which is why we're starting with gray and phasing into, hopefully, green in the future. I would say the key challenge is cost. It's elevated costs. It's a new technology, specifically in the case of hydrogen. And unless it makes economic sense, it'll be very difficult to shift and transition into green, which is why we're starting with gray and blue.
So 2040, net zero?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're sticking to.
It's only in 20 years.
And look, the other thing, too, is we've made that commitment as a company. At the company level, it's much easier to make that kind of commitment than at a country level. Mm-hmm. We have as a core value that we need to get to net zero. That's what we've declared, and that's what we're aiming for. Yes,
thank you. So, actually, we were planning to have a longer discussion, but nevertheless, we have Minister here, and I hope we can have him on the screen as well, from another room right now. So the last thing, as a last remark, so if we have a chance that God Almighty will hear us, what can we ask to assist us that all these visions that we have today elaborated, that they would come true? So, Simonas, what would you ask, which assistance from the Almighty?
I think good businesses will do a lot, and innovators. Lithuania used to be implementer rather than innovate. So I would wish Lithuania and Klaipėda port and generally the engine behind the port businesses to invest into R&D, because that's where the future lies. KN has made a lot of effort to expand its activities, and that's a proof for many other terminals in Klaipėda port. But be brave, invest, but of course you have to calculate where the most probable progress will happen the soonest. So, but the legislation is actually already adopted, so there will be a big push, both on land and on the sea. There will be big push on the renewables. There will be big pressure on fossil fuels, at least in the European continent. So have this in mind. And Green Deal, many of the people thought that Green Deal will suffer a lot during the pandemics, but actually it survived both pandemics and made even stronger during the energy crisis. So I wish that you would think of your business strategies in the same sense in future.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Algis?
You know,
not working.
Very simple. Again, not works. Yeah, but the solution I see, Simonas as a member of government, he will help to change legislation, and if necessary for somebody to get money as well, we can get from him.
Almost almighty, right?
Yeah, it's, because while he stay here. And another one thing I ask everybody of you, because we are going to start to produce this hydrogen 2025, please stay on a line to buy hydrogen cars, because nowhere to put, we need consumers, so you have to be of them. And very simple solutions. Okay.
Thank you. Henry?
Oh, no.
Yes. What would you ask from Almighty?
I mean, I think I would ask for just realistic expectations. I think many times we get caught up in trying to be overambitious and forget that, there are many variables that need to fall into place for things to happen. Cost is one, creating a market is another, consumers being there is key. So I would just ask, maybe not the Almighty, but everyone here at the audience and everywhere to just be realistic with expectations.
Thank you.
And I can totally agree that we have to be really realistic, as now we have the promises earlier today that all of us promised to achieve something by 2040, by 2050, and but let's be realistic. We do not have the technologies yet or the systems yet, and we do not know if it would be possible to achieve that or not. But I do believe that I can see that many ambitious people around here, and all the companies are so ambitious now. So, and I do believe that it's possible, and we're going to achieve that. So stay patient, stay calm, and we're going to achieve that.
Thank you. Darius?
Okay, so it's for the God or for the government? I missed.
You can choose if you think that government is the God, so yes, you can.
God is a bit higher. So for the government or policy makers, let's make them broad meaning, because we are not only here but in EU as well. I think the trust to the industries, let's say the belief to the industries which are running the change and implementing a change is one of the willingness from my side it would be. And I think instead of penalizing, try to change the way of approach, or try to change approach into incentivizing. Mm-hmm. So it is on the way, but it can be even more emphasized.
Thank you. And Astrid?
Yeah, I think this will be an echo of what all of you said. I guess innovation and also industry voices and companies like KN and SK that has set goals for themselves, and then we consultants can just keep on tracking the capacities and the pipelines and the projects coming on in the EU.
God bless us. So thank you very much. Thank my panel, amazing panel. Big round of applause. So thank you very much for being part of this part. I understand that Tom will take over. We are done. We can go.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say after God bless us all? I mean, this is Astrid, my fellow Norwegian. We are Norwegians and we're not used to calling on God in conferences like this, but I think it's quite useful actually. We should do more of that. So now God Almighty has some gift for you. Don't look at me as God Almighty, but we have some coffee break. That is very important. And in the coffee break, we will encourage you to use this app again, because the ones who use the apps most frequently, there's a prize for 3 of you that will be announced later today. Yugita, as always, this was extremely interesting. We live in exciting times, with or without God Almighty. I have to say that. And to see where this ends, I mean, we have the same discussions going on in Norway, and you have the same in Lithuania, and now you have all that LNG knowledge in Klaipėda. So anyway, coffee break, back at 4 o'clock for another interesting discussion, I hope. So see you soon, and enjoy your app in the meantime.
Ignitis Group is creating an energy-smart world, which is green, safe, empowering, and sustainable, with a clear commitment to the net zero emissions by 2050. Ignitis Renewables is at the core of this transformation by leading green generation breakthrough not only in Lithuania, but in the Baltics. Ambitious goals, innovative solutions, and motivating results empower us. We are moving ahead with the help of constantly growing innovators, talented creators, and top professionals in our different fields of expertise. People who are united in their values in search of meaningful impact on the world.
Turbūt žinojai, kad Norvegija, Islandija ir Lichtenšteinas nėra ES narės, bet su Lietuva ir kitomis Europos šalimis jos vis tiek aktyviai bendradarbiauja ir skiria nemenką paramą. Laikas sužinoti apie tai daugiau. Tiksliau sakant, šalys bendradarbiauja. Jos ne tik stiprina tarpusavio ryšius ir keičiasi patirtimi, bet kartu kuria bendrą Europos ateitį. Tikslų labai daug, bet svarbiausias padėti mažinti socialinę ir ekonominę nelygybę Lietuvoje. Paramą gauna Lietuvos institucijos, kurios rūpinasi sveikesnę aplinką, stiprina žmogaus teisių padėtį ar tobulina teikiamas paslaugas. Kartu su jomis dirba ir partneriai iš Norvegijos. Būtent šiame paramos etape lėšos skiriamos pilietinės visuomenės, teisingumo, sveikatos, aplinkos, kultūros, tyrimų, verslumo ir inovacijų bei deramo darbo sritims. Suma tikrai nemenka. Šiuo metu jis siekia 117 milijonų eurų. Juk esame europiečiai, todėl savo darbu galime padėti kurti žalią, konkurencingą ir teisingą Europą. Sužinok daugiau eeagrants.org.
So, hello again, and welcome back after coffee break. Just a quick reminder about our app. As you already know, probably, you can see the schedules of the sessions we're having, and I just want to inform you that we have another session going on downstairs in the cinema hall, which is called Offshore Systems Seminar, powered by Ignitis Renewables. So probably people just split in two and went into a different session now. And as we continue on, I would like to invite this session's moderator, Andrew Robel, who is a social entrepreneur, advisor, a coach, host, and author who collaborates with organizations worldwide, providing support in multiple areas such as digital transformation, technology and innovation, global business services, and site selection, foreign direct investment, nation branding, sustainability, media, and cross-cultural communications. Yes, I did my background check on you as well. In 2013, after 10 years of working with Central and Eastern Europe in different roles, he established Emerging Europe, a social enterprise and growth hub with a clear mission to contribute to the social, economic, and democratic development of the 23 countries in the region. He is the leader of Tech Emerging Europe Advocates, a community of tech enthusiasts managed by Emerging Europe, part of the Global Tech Advocates Network, which has over 40,000 members worldwide. In 2023, he co-founded Emerging Founders, a community for startup founders in Emerging Europe. So please welcome Andrew Robel, who will talk today more about the unlocking the potential of collaboration. Very interesting topic. And we talked a little bit with him before the session started. I think that this session will challenge your thinking in a little way, so just pay your attention and let's start. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. A lot of expectations I see. Let's take a brief look at the business side of things. And I don't know how many of you have ever thought about the average business cycle, so basically about the length of a company's life from the time it's established to the moment when it starts going down or sometimes going bankrupt. So if we look at the time of the man who built America, we're talking about 70 years. So you could set up a company, make it profitable, and then sit idle for 70 years, and the business would be making money for 70 years. That time, that life cycle shrank quite extensively in the 80s to about 15 years. This is due to the energy crisis. Then, during the dot-com bubble, it shrank even more to some 6 years. And now, if you look at the length, the average business cycle, it's about 3.5 years. And with startups, it can be 12 months only. But it's not all bad news. The good news is that in Central and Eastern Europe, people do understand this challenge. And the recent PwC study shows that almost 50% of business leaders understand that innovation, reinvention, is the only way that can keep their businesses growing and going, and avoid the situation we've seen with the likes of Kodak and Nokia and other companies. Now, the bad thing is that not everyone understands that collaboration can support that growth and development even more. So today, during that session, we're going to look at collaborative innovation and cross-border innovation, and we're going to share some interesting stories and case studies related to how that has been developed not only in Central and Eastern Europe, but a little bit further afield. So I would like to invite all my panelists and speakers and presenters to the stage. Of course, the first one who is going to be presenting is our beloved Tom, who has been with us since the morning. But I would also like to invite the other speakers. So Romualda, Darius, Andrews, Eric, Ludvikas, and I already mentioned Tom. So please join me on the stage. And while they are joining us and sitting close to me here, I'll give you the floor and you can start the presentation about clusters, which is an important element of that collaboration.
Thank you. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to present something for you, and that's a great pleasure for me to do that, not only to moderate. As some of you know, do we have my presentation up, please, on the screen? Yeah. So I call this the Norwegian Maritime Strategy, Blue Growth for a Green Future, and the Norwegian Maritime Cluster, because it's a huge cluster we have in Norway, as you have probably understood. Just a little bit about me. I am the general manager for something called the Maritime Offshore Alliance, comprising 3 different maritime associations. You see all of them on the screen. Oslo Ship Owners Association, Ocean Industry Forum Offshore, and Shipping and Ocean Network, which is the one that is involved with these international projects, and Klaipėda. But all in all, this is a very comprehensive group of associations, and we are located at the Norwegian Ship Owners Association. But you know, it's a lot of work. Normally I say that it's more work to run 3 associations than to run 1 association. We have 3 annual reports, 3 accounts, and all that. By the way, what you see in the middle there is a ship, and the woman who is the ship owner for that ship, she has now been in the ocean tourism, Agnes Arnadottir. She has been in the ocean tourism downstairs in the cinema. Anyway, this is a figure I want you to look at. This is what we call ocean industries. This is a model that was developed by Professor Torgeir Reve, who is also the Mr. Cluster of Norway. He is the one who introduced the cluster theory in Norway in 1992, the one I will tell you a little bit about. You see, ocean industries is a lot. We talk a lot about the maritime, which is up to the left here in this model, but you have a lot of different activities going on in what we call the ocean industries. Kongsberg is one of those companies in the ocean industries that is, they are on the sea, in the sea, below the sea, and everywhere else. And to you, Andrew, talking about these business cycles, I am very happy to inform you that some of these companies are very, very old. We'll get back to that. Kongsberg is one of those old companies. As some of you might know, Norway is the 4th worldest or the largest shipping nation. Depending on how you count, you can always count differently, but based on the value of vessels, we, with the 6 million people, we are the 4th largest in the world, meaning that we have a lot of infrastructure in Norway related to shipping and to maritime. One of them is the Norwegian Ship Owners Association. This is where we have our office. This is where my home, in a way. So it's a beautiful building owned by the association that goes back to 1909, the association, not the building. And as you can see from here, it's an employer emergency and preparedness association established in 1909. There are some 130 members, and there are 1,400 ships and rigs worldwide, 50,000 seafarers from 50 nations, including Lithuania. And if you look at the next slide, we have some of the ship owners in Oslo. I run the Oslo chapter of the Norwegian Ship Owners Association, and you may be familiar with some of these companies and logos. And Andrew, Fred Olsen, as you can see there, they were established in 1848. Will Wilhelmsen was established in 1860-something. DNV, which you know, but they're not on this slide, they were established in 1864. And what really is interesting to me, and I'm sure to you as well, is to see how come that Fred Olsen, Will Wilhelmsen, and some of these companies can renew themselves time and again and time and again and time and again. It's really incredible how they do that. You know Höegh LNG very well, many of you, and of course you remember Independence coming up in 2014. It was a big day for you guys and a big day for Höegh LNG as well, because you picked the name yourselves. And just so you remember this, the facts are always important and words matter. The ship was called Independence by you, but this happened before the invasion of Crimea. But the ship sailed up after the invasion of Crimea, so it became an even stronger symbol of what the name is, namely independence. Now, as you also know, perhaps Höegh LNG has another company called Höegh Autoliners, and for some reason we have many of these companies in Oslo. We have many car-carrying companies. One thing in Norway is we have something called the Green Shipping Program, which can be quite inspirational as well for you guys here in Lithuania. Some of you know that well. I'm not going to delve into that, but they have a lot of pilot studies. And this is a typical news thing from Norway, you know, some agreement being signed and some oceans future to 2050 from DNV. There are always new reports coming along. What I want to go into a little bit in detail is Norway's maritime strategy documents, because you are not a maritime nation, but you are trying to become one. And Valdas is working on that, and something will happen in May 2024. Now we are, and we have always been, as long as we can remember. So Norway's maritime strategy looks a bit like that, and I don't want to read the whole thing for you, but you know, it's opportunities for growth and jobs related to the ocean. At the same time, the world's oceans are facing significant challenges, such as loss of biodiversity, pollution, warming, and acidification. And then to build a strong and sustainable marine economy based on both preserving clean and rich seas with a well-functioning ecosystem and facilitating value creation through sustainable use, it's therefore one of the most important tasks for the government, nationally and internationally. This is the basis for the Norwegian maritime strategy. We also have an R&D strategy that was launched in January 2022 during the pandemic. You see the launch, and you see me and a colleague in our office watching this online. And as I said, it was during the pandemic. You might also have heard about the UN Ocean Panel, United Nations Ocean Panel, which was set up by our Prime Minister, Ms. Erna Solberg. And actually, they presented the first recommendations on 3rd of December 2020 during the pandemic on board the vessel from Agnes Arnadottir. So these two vessels you see here are quite amazing, and they are created for silent whale watching around Svalbard, northern Norway, Tromsø. And now, because of the pandemic, they have one made for Oslo, which is fully electric, going sightseeing in and around Oslo. Now, I am a child of clusters. I was a student in 1992. You heard about that already. This is a time when 3 professors at my business school launched a book called A Competitive Norway. Et konkurransedyktig Norge. This was a study made with Michael Porter in the US, who was the professor behind the whole thing, the cluster theory. And they concluded that in Norway we had one complete cluster, which was the maritime cluster. And I was a student. You find my name in that book as a student, far behind in some upper pages as a student task. But this means I grew up with this, and I've been working with Torgeir ever since, until he retired quite recently, with clusters in Norway, with executive programs and things like that. So what is a cluster? It's basically what it says here. I don't want to go into details, because you will also come back to this tomorrow with Per Martin from Nord Shipping. He will go into this in more detail tomorrow. But just so you know, the complete cluster in Norway is the maritime. And Menon Economics, that I've been mentioned before, he was in charge of the tourism study that came a bit later, showing that we also had a very good, actually, cluster in tourism back in the day in 1992-93. There's a theoretical foundation for this that you can read about here. And I know that Andrius has established the Lithuanian Maritime Cluster. So you have a cluster working in Lithuania. In Norway, we have many, and I just want to show you a little bit about that now. But before that, some very quick theory. What does it take for companies to succeed? And this is from Menon, this is from Eric, my very good friend and colleague. I'm not going to show this in detail, but I want to show you that you need customers, and they should be demanding ones, because demanding customers, they make you work hard. If you don't have demanding customers, you don't work hard. You need competitors. You know, it's very important that you in a cluster have competitors, because without competitors, you become lenient, you become lazy, right? You all know that. You can imagine that. Then you need to have knowledge actors. That's what I do, basically. You know, I run these associations. We are knowledge actors in a way. And then you need suppliers. And you need them to be specialized and to be very competitive. So the more competitive suppliers you have, the better it is for you as a company. And then you need owners, of course. Without owners, you can't succeed. That's the capitalist way. But then, you can have competent owners, or you can have less competent owners. And to have good owners is really beneficial for you. Employees, of course, you can't get away without having employees. That's very important. And, of course, you should have good ones, and you should treat them very well. Summing it all up, what does it take to succeed? A dynamic and competitive cluster. So this is the Norwegian Maritime Cluster that was launched back in the day in 1992. It's in Norwegian, but you can, shipping is in the middle, the big one. And then you have all the different pieces of shipping that we have in Norway to make it a complete cluster. It's been reorganized in this small one with the ship owners in the middle. And then you have different categories of, insurance and finance and all that around in this circle. All that is complete in Norway, being with a long history of this, of course. Now, Innovation Norway, I guess you can all imagine what that is, the innovation agency in Norway. They have money from the government to support different activities and industries, and they have a cluster program with different levels. The lowest one is called Arena, and then you have something called NCE, Norwegian Center of Expertise. And then you have something called GCE, the Global Center of Expertise. And what I've tried to do here is to list all relevant clusters we have in Norway, all being more or less state-sponsored to some extent. I mean, the cluster organizations of them. So you see, there are lots of different clusters. Some of them are maritime, some of them are not so maritime, but this is what we have around Norway, financed by Innovation Norway. Now, the 3 GCEs we have, the Global Center of Expertise. One of them is called GCE Ocean Technology. It's in Bergen. And they are experts on everything that has to do with ocean technology. That's the name. And they have a lot of companies as members. And they have research projects and whatnot, and education programs and so on. This is the Blue Maritime Cluster, another one of those 3 GCEs. This is in Ålesund, the home of offshore in Norway. A very strong cluster. Now, towards the end, I just want to remind you what I already told you about. This is the report made by DNV and Men on Economics every 2 years, the leading maritime cities of the world. You remember me mentioning these 5 pillars that they measure the cities on. Here you can see them listed. 1 to 4 are the ones that are used where we use objective data from a database. That is, it's a very complicated thing. Don't get me wrong, but those are objective data. And then the last one, attractiveness and competitiveness, is made by subjective data. That's interviews with an expert panel with experts around the world. Singapore, Rotterdam, and London are top 3 LMCs, also scores very high too. And Klaipėda or Lithuania has a chance to be on that list as well, of course. Now, towards the end, this is, you can download it from Menon's website. It's free for all. And this is just the leading maritime cities. What is a leading maritime city and what are the drivers? Don't want to go into details about that now, but this presentation will be made available, so you can have a look at it if you want to and if you are interested in these things. So just to sum everything up, to be a maritime nation, as we hope and believe Lithuania will start to see itself as, gives a global impact beyond the country's borders. Norway has a big impact globally because of our size in tonnage. You have something called the meat weight, and we are big on the meat weight because of all the vessels we have. So we have a say in the IMO and other bodies because of the size of the Norwegian maritime industry. And then a maritime nation needs a maritime strategy, which you are now developing in Lithuania. We heard about that today. And you should also have a maritime R&D strategy. This is where the universities come into play. Universities, science parks, and things like that. So I wrote here that Men on Economics is a trusted advisor, but there are others who can do the same thing. Now, the last thing I want to do is to remind you that we have something in Norway called Nordshipping, and there are these conferences in different places. Some of them are really big. Nordshipping is one of them. And you guys have industries that normally are there. This is from 2017. You see Western Shipyard to the left with me, and then you see me and Andreas presenting the Go LNG project to the right. And this thing, Andreas, remember how we got that from Oslo to Lithuania? And that was not easy, but we managed to do that. And this is also networking, you know, because this is the barbecue at DNV with 2,000 people, always doing no shipping. And, you know, with the pandemic behind us, we can all imagine what these people-to-people meetings mean in terms of relationships and so on. So this was my brief presentation, and you'll have more of this with Per Martin tomorrow. Here are my contact data, so if you want to have this presentation, I'm sure you can get it from the organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tom. So you've already heard, thank you. You've already heard about clusters. Now I would like to invite Liudvikas to the lectern, and Liudvikas Mickevičius, State-Owned Inland Waterways Directorate. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let's start with a short video, which is very inspiring, at least for me, and I hope for you too. So yes, thank you very much. I'm Liudvikas, as it was presented. I'm Chief Financial Officer, and the video I showed you was very inspiring for me because it was the heaviest good that we have delivered from Klaipėda port to Kaunas, and in total it was around 280 tons. And it was not able to be delivered by road, so we did it by inland waterways. And why it's so inspiring? It's because we do not use inland waterways usually, but from now we are doing this. So I will present a little bit about what we are, why it's good for country, business, and people. In Lithuania, we have almost 900 kilometers of waterways, and only half of it is being used. But the most important is the road E41, which is from Klaipėda port to Kaunas, which is in the middle of Lithuania. And what is good now that we have worked 3 years very hard that this road would be navigable, and now we see the results. More than 500 grounds were built in the river, and now the depth of it is getting better and better. So we really like this work and the outcome of it. As I mentioned, we started delivering transport, and we did it like 3 weeks ago only. Probably Lithuanian have seen it in national television. Yeah, now you can order goods from Klaipėda to Kaunas via inland waterways. Less CO2, more eco-friendly, but a little bit slower. Yeah, so of course it comes with the challenges, yeah, and the main challenge that we have faced is to change the mindset of the people at the governments, at local municipalities, at businesses, and even in every manager. So it's very hard to change the transportation type. So we have other challenges: integration, reliability, price, transfer. So it's totally new for us and totally new for Lithuania. So we are facing it, and it's of course still going. Yeah. So what I wanted to show more that when we changing the mindset. We have to collaborate a lot, and what we have done, we are improving our waterways up in Lithuania to Belarus, and we are improving waterway in Alytaus area together with the municipality. The second collaboration, which is very, very big in Lithuania, is a lock in Nemunas River, because in the middle of Lithuania we have a dam, which is very good, of course, for electricity, cheap electricity and very eco-friendly, but we can deliver goods or even ships between that dam. So together with Kaunas municipality, we are doing works to implement this project. We hope to have this lock ready in 10 years. Collaboration number 3, blue supply chains. We are exchanging our expertise in all Baltic area, so it's very useful for us, and it's good for our new port, Kaunas port. We have seen Mr. Algis with the Klaipėda port and everything, what they already have, and we have totally nothing now. Okay, a little bit of port, but not so big as Klaipėda port. So we are improving, and this collaboration, this will help us to have better ports, greener port in the future. Collaboration number 4 is our electric tugboat. We are not willing just to deliver goods. We want to do it with a very, very friendly way with the electric tugboat. So last year we signed cooperation with the European Investment Bank regarding the feasibility study. And we have the results now that we should build 6 electric tugboats and charge it in Kaunas, Jurbarkas, and Klaipėda port to deliver all the goods that can be delivered. I have one more short video about this, which was made by European Investment Bank. So please take a look. Yes, and so our main goal is to deliver goods with zero emission vessels. And this how the ship could look like. It was made by a Lithuanian design company, Western Baltic Engineering, and we are very happy to present. It has 2 or 3, it depends how long it could go, battery packs, and it's swappable containerized batteries, which allows to deliver goods without pollution. So it's everything I wanted to show you, and if there's anything, please come later to me and we can discuss a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liudvikas. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Rina, who hasn't joined us, to the stage, and if I can ask you to take a seat in the audience, it would be really great. Yeah, the most important panelist. Without further ado, Andrus, it's time for you. Tom has already told us about the Lithuanian Maritime Cluster, so now it's your turn to tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, and I'm aware we're behind the schedule, so I'll try to be short. I'm probably not going to do a very extensive presentation, but we'll be sharing a story with you. The story that I was involved for the last 2 years. And actually, I was asked to present it first time. As being a coordinator of Lithuanian Maritime Cluster, before I was talking about hydrogen, about ports, electric tugboats, you know, short sea shipping, ocean shipping, whatever, but never about the cluster itself. So for me, preparing this presentation was like hitting the handbrake, you know, so that then I needed to understand what I'm actually doing there. So I tried, and I hope this will be beneficial not only for me, but also for you. So about the clusters. Every time you talk about clusters, of course, we go to the porter. I mean, this is the father of the clusters. But the interesting thing here is that everyone picks a different line from porter. So something that is more related to you. So I picked a line that says that a cluster allows each member to benefit as if it had a greater scale. Rephrasing, we help things to look bigger. Yes, so I mean, not every company is able to approach international markets, international innovation agenda, but being a part of the organization that has this capacity, it helps them to look a little bit bigger. And this is based on 4 main aspects. So first, of course, it's ability to innovate. Innovation is actually an expensive activity, especially when we talk about R&D. Yeah? So I mean, we are not in the position to, or we are not always into a position to spend very relevant amounts of money into the R&D. So cooperating on this particular matter is always a benefit. But for this, cluster as a platform helps to actually establish the cluster's innovation agenda. So it means if we set up strategic goals or strategic directions of the cluster organizations inside innovation, then we kind of establish a lot of effort towards those directions. So it means that everyone can save in terms and be more efficient on innovating the same direction. Better access to employees and suppliers. Definitely this is a very important aspect of the competition, but in our case, it's of course that we collaborate a lot with the universities to make sure that we have future personnel, and we are very much sensitive on competing inside on employees, so we are trying to be very accurate that, I mean, the employees will not move within the cluster companies. And also the suppliers, it's always, you know, an issue of good supplier to really support your innovative project idea or help you with the innovative service. Access to specialized information. For us, it's actually our multinationals. We have three multinationals in our cluster organization, and multinationals, they usually are much wider, have a much bigger capacity to really advise or give a sufficient knowledge to the local companies. So basically, they are our Encyclopedia Britannica. Yeah? So I mean, whenever we have a question, having the multinationals on board, we are able to address global expertise on that. So if we can access global expertise on the particular questions, it's very beneficial to organization. And also, of course, access to institutions and public goods. So I mean, as a cluster organization, we facilitate a lot of different project initiatives. That part of those are funded by, of course, by the government or EU funding programs, and this is, of course, kind of works towards the benefit of cluster organizations. Then, of course, I try to define our strategy, and I think I come to the conclusion that our strategy is based on three major pillars. So first is people, partnerships, and projects. I mean, we are in a way, we are small cluster, small organization, so for us, the crucial side of our cooperation and the crucial side of our efficiency is people. So who is actually involved in the organization and who is participating into the cluster activities. That completely defines the scope of the organization and capacity of the organization. Partnerships, of course, we really need to be maintaining carefully the inside partnership, so that, I mean, we would be working on a concept called competition. So we would still have competition inside of the cluster, because otherwise we would lose competitive advantage. But we also need to make sure that competitors, they are not too heavy to each other, to not kill the cluster initiatives or projects. And projects, it's a kind of a material side of our cooperation. This is where we kind of materialize our activities and kind of draw a very material concept or result of the activities. So in terms of people, here I have some pictures. We lost some color on the font, so neither I, neither you can see what is written down there, but I mean, do you still have pictures? I mean, and this is about people. As you see, we're involved with different type of people. We're involved with young people, old people, funny people, crazy people, and very serious people. So this is a very extensive target group, but this is very much needed. So when we are talking about the cluster members, of course, it's very important for us that we have a very high-level expertise, or the top R&D people from the cluster companies together, because this helps us to really set up a very good project agenda. But also to ensure the sufficient existence of the cluster in the future, we need to work with the students, we need to work with the schools, we need to work with the parliament members, as you can see of one of the pictures. So it's very important that we have a very wide very wide target group, and we involve those groups very early into the cluster activities. Partnerships, of course, that's a core concept of the cluster, and I've already talked about inside cooperation, but also what is very important is outside cooperation. Through outside cooperation, like we are cooperating with Tom and some other organizations inside, we really gain competitive advantage to our cluster members. So first of all, we are gaining new markets, of course, you know, by collaborating internationally, establishing new products and services, because the international or multinational supply or value chains, of course, open up new opportunities in terms of the content, not only a geography of the product or service. And also we gain better access to knowledge and establish the capacity. Yeah, so I mean, this widens up the opportunities for all the cluster members. And projects, very fast talking about the projects, it's just to kind of visualize what we came up with, several project examples to give you a good idea where are we going and how do we cooperate. So as you see, the pusher already we saw in the previous presentation. This was we developed within the cluster, where we actually approach the national logistics problem, where we cooperate with the Inland Water Directorate to really see how cluster knowledge could benefit the logistics of Nemunas. So what we brought the companies together, we designed the vessel, we find the technological solutions, and we kind of provided this as a solution for the governmental institution that can establish this operation in Nemunas. And actually, this idea came not without our other cluster member, which we saw, the company Bega. They already been producing electric shunting locos, so they had a very good knowledge and the capacity in electric transport. So we basically, what we did, we took the naval architect company, and we are connected with the stevedoring company that have capacity on electric transport, and they built this model for the direction that could enable the electric transport in Lithuania. The other electric transport example is Popa Boat. This is a startup idea. This is, we had a young initiative person. He approached us with his idea and with his initiative. So what we did, first we established him in Klaipėda Science and Technology Park, give him an infrastructure. Then we approached the same naval architect company, help him to design the vessel or solve some specific technological challenges. And then we went to the municipality and sold him to the municipality bus company. But he's now running to the public buses in Klaipėda, which is public water buses, and this is a part of Klaipėda's public transport. So this is a success story. And of course, the last project is a Lithuanian Navy vessel that I would like to showcase. Among others, is actually this was the cluster group response towards the geopolitical challenges, where we said, okay, we need to really understand, because of the situation, there will be, first, of course, there will be a new market, but in order to really facilitate the better naval knowledge and be able to supply local Navy forces with technology, we are building, or we are designing the Navy vessel that would respond to all the challenges that Lithuanian Navy has, in addition to what it has the ability to contribute to the general Navy force. So this is how we approach. So I mean, we try to approach, so to say, social challenges in our projects, because this help and reach for the higher goals, because this help motivate the cluster companies to work together to provide the solutions. And whenever we have those solutions, we are becoming a competitive organization that can provide the service or product on a global scale. Thank you very much for your attention. Unfortunately, I only saved 50 seconds, 47.
That's not bad, that's not bad.
Try something.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Eric, I would like to invite you to the lectern now. Eric Bordholet. You want to? Okay, feel free. Okay. Yeah, by all means, yes.
Shall I have
There's another one.
There's another.
Oh, it's working.
It's working. Okay, I didn't hear it. Well, first of all, a pleasure to be here in Klaipėda. It's only my second time here. I'm from Holland, so a long way from home. And yeah, I come from an offshore wind port. You heard the port director saying one of the new challenges is perhaps become an offshore wind port. Well, I am from Groningen Seaports, that's my employee, and we have two ports. One is Delfzijl and the other one is Eemshaven. And Eemshaven is an offshore wind and energy port, not the biggest one, that is Esbjerg in Denmark. And we are, so to say, a runner-up. You see a picture, and you see it's really energy, because there's a coal-fired power plant on the left-hand side. There's a wind turbine, there's an offshore service vessel, there's an oil rig, you see the legs of it, you see installation vessels. So it's really an energy port, and you see in the port we have 8,000 megawatts, which is 8 gigawatts. That's 1/3 of the Dutch electricity is coming from Eemshaven. And that's interesting, because the Dutch grids, we also heard about the challenges coming up here, in this whole new industry, is amongst others the grids. And the grid capacity in Holland is 6.5 gigawatt. So 1.5 gigawatt is also consumed in the port. And in this case, there are a lot of data centers consuming a lot of energy. And there's also a fossil fueled, still fossil fueled, chemical cluster in Delfzijl in the other port, and there's the challenge with new energy and hydrogen. Oh, I have to push the button. So where are we? We are located, you can see it here on the picture, and then the best one is first on the right. You see that's the North Sea, not the Baltic Sea, but you can see we have as Eemshaven a more or less similar location as Klaipėda has in the Baltic Sea. Because we're very close to the North Sea, you can see it on the left, and you see there's a small line in between, and that's the deviation about the German waters, the Danish waters, and the Dutch waters. And you see our position is the best for the German waters, and that means that we have to cooperate a lot with the Germans. So when we first started with the first projects coming up in 2008, 2009, the mayor visited Eemshaven, and I was just there, so I told him, oh no, it was a her, I told her, well, there's a lot going on. And then she came into the port and she said, hey, you say this is good for the economy, I only see German license plates. Well, that's not how you think about it, because it's a German wind farm installed by Germans, so we cannot say you cannot exclude your neighboring companies. And this is how we organized more or less the competition in the port, because we also have German companies in the port. And at first stage, of course, the Dutch company says, hey, we do not like it, we have enough companies here, we don't need competition. But it benefits to the port. And you can see we have already done 18 wind farms were installed from Eemshaven, and 3 are under construction now. And I must say, 3 construction wind farms, that's, well, you can't do a 4th because it's very crowded. You can see it on the right picture. There's monopiles lying. They're coming into the port. They're 1,500 tons. So I heard about the inland transport, about 480 tons, I believe. This is 1,500 tons. And the next generation is 2,000 tons. Well, and yeah, therefore you need also big cranes. And I saw also the picture of Klaipėda, where 21 hectares was allocated, I believe, for offshore wind. Well, I think that's the minimum. If you have to scale up, you have to come to 25 hectares. And then also without, let's say, barriers, no locks, no bridges, no power lines, because everything is getting bigger, heavier, longer, wider. You can see it on this picture. This is about what we think are the maritime needs to be an offshore wind port. With a draft, key length, you're very good in key length. I heard 22 kilometers. Well, I'm pretty jealous on that. Jetties, and we have public jetties and private jetties. Public jetties is first come, first serve, but if you have private jetties, companies can make negotiations of that, and you can imagine that leading customers like Siemens Gamesa or Vestas, they want to be in the port all of the time. Well, Eemshaven is not in the city top 10 with ports, and that has also to do because we have no city. We are a port without a city. This means that is beneficial because you can operate 24 hours a day. And that's what companies like, because if a wind turbine is running down, they need to operate as soon as possible. And also the big vessels, if something is wrong in lashing or in rigging, they need support as soon as possible. No infrastructure restrictions, told you. Heavy load keys, I saw you plant one for 40 tons per square meters, then you will be fine. Near-kai jacking, you have floating devices and jacking devices that they have to put the legs on the soil. That's also tricky because they will penetrate because they are heavy components, so it will also jeopardize your bottom, and if your bottom is different as, let's say, stone, it will also penetrate that, and that will create possible risks if another vessel is coming with different dimensions. And well, there you have to take care of that. In our, we have about 900 hectares in Eemshaven. On the east side, it's energy production, and on the west side are the offshore related sites, and that's 81 hectares. You see that are the blue ones, which are all companies and related to offshore wind. And well, again, a nice picture of that on the right-hand side. And here you see the many offshore-related companies, and of course, you see, for instance, a company, a Dutch company called Royal Wagenborg. They were the first. They're historically based in Eemshaven and Delfzijl. And then for the German projects, Bush Terminal came. You see Bush with the orange thing, and you see there a jack-up vessel. That's not the Fred Olsen, but it's, I believe it's the Sea-Jack Skilla. But then Wagenborg says, hey, we don't need competition, we can do it. But then, yeah, the German wind farm said, yeah, we want to do business with the German company. So they came, and after last year, when Bush was there and Wagenborg, then Jan de Nul wanted to do a next project. And Jan de Nul is a big Belgium install company also. Yeah, they're a very wide company, and they said, yeah, we want to do it on our own and not with the stevedoring company. So now also Jan de Nul is there, but now it means there is choice. So companies like to have choice, and you see the companies like Siemens Gamesa, also nice, because we have 2 Siemens Gamesa in the port. I hope nobody's from Siemens Gamesa is in the audience. But we have 2 O&Ms after the installation of a wind farm, which takes about 18 months. You get 15 to 20 years operation and maintenance. And we have 2 wind farms which are from Siemens Gamesa. One is a German wind farm and one is a Dutch wind farm. And they're in the same location, but there's a wall in between the Dutch part and the German part. And, well, that can happen, but also you have slow-moving parts. And slow-moving parts hardly have to be replaced, but they have 2 spare lying, because one is for the German wind farm and one is for the Dutch wind farm. So there's still a lot to improve in, let's say, the supply chain. But the supply chain, you can see here are Amasis is a Dutch company with special vessels. Van Oort is there, Rely on Nutec is a Danish company doing training. And all these companies will come to your port if you have sufficient projects here. So if you are able to have the first project, which is always the most difficult, then you are able to get the second project, and then companies will come. Because if they, for instance, they come from Palanga and they have to drive 3 times a week to Klaipėda to do their business. Well, they might settle here and then they will be able to do 4 times a week the same project or business. So that is how it works in Eemshaven. Therefore, we have a lot of companies here. Here you see the supply chain, what we call. So we have 4 companies with keys, like stevedoring companies, but then mostly related to offshore wind. 2 with private jetties, and you have the port with public jetties, and you see a lot of companies, some familiar names, some regional names for projects coming to the port. And of course, you have to team up with other clusters, because you can never do it on your own. So I would advise to team up also with probably other ports. And I know then you have to cross the border, but anyway, it's good to think about it. We team up with the NNOW, which is above this regional. Dutch is NVEA. Holland Home of Wind is the export club. We are a member of Wind Europe in Brussels, and also a member of the Offshore Wind Ports Platform. We do a lot of innovation, because in our region, and that's also a possibility for Klaipėda, the jobs in our region are different as in other regions in Holland, because we have this energy cluster. So there are other people, other students need, so we train a lot of people. No, we do not train them, but we give opportunities to train in the port. And also the companies, they are willing to have, let's say, traineeships in the port, actual, so they can see whether their jobs are nice for the future. We receive a lot of delegations. You see it, one from Brazil, and from in November there's the offshore energy in Amsterdam, also by the Dutch government, always arranged. And then one of the trips is always to Eemshaven. And here you see Werken in the Eemshaven. That's nice because Eemshaven is very remote without a village. You have to bring people to the port. And the public, the trains and buses, well, they are not that good. So we arrange that themselves together with the companies, because a crane driver can be at company A at Monday and at company B at Tuesday. Now, this is the challenge for every port who is trying to go into offshore wind installation. You see here underneath the monopile with a lot of axles under it, because otherwise it cannot be transported. And that's going through the port. That means also in your port it must be obstacle-free, so you can have good connections. But if you have roundabouts or bridges or locks or whatever, it's hard to get in or to get out of the port. Well, this is remarkable. We also collaborate with a lot of ports. The only differentiation is that in Wind Europe, in Brussels, the UK is not considered a member state anymore. But in the North Sea region, we consider as ports that the UK is also an important port for us. So therefore, in this picture, also Hull is included. Yeah, and what I need to say more, it was a subject all day. The port are key, close to the water, because that's how a port is. But operation and maintenance, offshore wind farms, installation, assembly, but also the future of converting hydrogen to renewable assets. And yeah, I would advise you to seek your competitor and see what you can team up together to be successful in this region. If you have any questions, you can mail, phone, or ask me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. So, Eric is going to stay with us for the panel discussion, so will Andrews. But we have 3 panelists that you haven't heard from yet. And because Rina joined us at the very end, I'm going to ask her to introduce herself very, very briefly. Should be working.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yes, I'm the Estonian here. I think the only one. I came from Tallinn, and I actually have a mission. I'm currently doing what Andrius has been doing here for several years. I'm setting together Estonian Maritime Cluster as an organization, or some kind of organized way of approaching maritime field in general, and also Estonian public sector. But otherwise, I have 20 years in maritime field. I've dealt with investments in Ministry of Finance, in Port of Tallinn, and now I run my own consultancy company. And this is under which I also do this maritime cluster project for Ministry of Climate.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And now, Romualda, can we ask you for a brief intro?
Hello, my name is Romualda. I'm from Innovation Agency Lithuania, and today I have 2 missions. One mission is for business, to listen to companies, to understand the demand of companies, and also represent our agency. And the second mission is to promote gender balance, because I believe that 40% is minimum, but it's much better than 0. So
you're not counting me here, so there's 40%.
I wish that you include the women quotes in discussion panels from the next year.
Yeah, so whom they forget, a woman. Whom they do not have a speech, a woman. At least you invited us to the panel. Thanks.
Have you seen morning discussions?
Only the LNG lady was included.
I did.
And Darius, you're the last one to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, I'm the local one, so my name is Darius Daunis. I'm representing local academia. Klaipėda University is the the only university, the coastal university in Lithuania, so dealing with all the aspects from the humanities sciences up to the technologies and environmental sciences. So we are small-sized university in European terms, and my responsibility is to drive strategical development of the research. So my duties are based on I'm Vice Director for Research and Innovation, so basically my duty is to bring the science research done at the university closer to the regional market, to the society, regional society.
Thank you very much. When I was listening to the presentations, I made a couple of notes here, and some of them are, we make things look bigger when working together. A lot bigger, actually, Andrew said. He also mentioned crazy people, so there's some diversity that I see there. So diversity definitely helps. Getting competitive advantage, that is something that I also heard. You can never do it on your own, and even team up with your competitor to do more. So there is a lot of very positive stuff here, but there's also, and I mentioned that at the very beginning, there's also quite a bit of, quite a few things to improve when it comes to collaboration and collaborative innovation. And I'll give you a couple of examples to start the discussion. Simona was so kind that she mentioned that I work with the entire region, and over the last 10 years, I've seen quite a few different interesting examples of how collaboration is not working in the region. And one of those examples is a professor from Slovenia, whom I asked a couple of years ago whether he would like to collaborate, for example, with North Macedonia. And he said, well, you know, if you asked me to actually go to the UK and maybe, you know, to Oxford University, I would gladly go. I would even pay my own ticket. I would do anything to be there. But if you asked me to go to Macedonia, I don't think I could learn anything, and for sure they would have to definitely pay for my trip there. So that's one example. He saw that, you know, Macedonia would not offer anything. And staying with Macedonia, but a slightly different case, 6 years ago, we were running a research project for the first time, and this was about investment. And we talked to investment promotion agencies in 23 countries that we cover. And once we have done the research, had done the research and published the results, I was contacted by the Directorate of Free Economic Zones in Macedonia. And mind you, at the time, they had 4 ministers responsible for FDI attraction, 4 ministers. And they also had the actual investment promotion agency. And the directorate wrote to me saying that we had made a mistake. It's them who is responsible for investment attraction, and we should have included them in the research as opposed to the IPA that we did. Those 2 examples actually show me 2 things. One thing is that we disregard whatever is within the region, and the other example shows how even within the same country, within the same region, we don't understand that there are some other organizations that are doing a similar thing, and perhaps by joining forces, 2 plus 2 would be 5 as opposed to just 4. So I would like to address my panel and ask them about the biggest challenges that they have faced when it comes to encouraging that collaboration. And this is an open question, you know, to anyone who wants to start. I'm not going to point to anyone specific. So who's going to take the first?
I can take it.
There you go.
I will be honest, we are bribing companies to collaborate.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we can, because I'm bribing my kids with sweets to do something unpleasant, but we are motivating or bribing companies to cooperate, which doesn't happen naturally. And there are more and more financial grants which are addressed for clusters, associations, for exporting, for example. You can't go get a grant and go abroad and represent yourself unless you find at least 4 friends from the same industry. And for Lithuanians, it's not easy. There are some very good clusters, like lasers, but we have been friendly for about 30 years, which is something very special about them. Filming industry has a very small but dedicated and very, very close and good cluster, but there are only like few examples I can count. So there are efforts, and it doesn't come naturally, and I think it's very deep in our culture.
We're going to talk about the cultural aspects in a moment, but Rina, what is it like in Estonia? Because, you know, in Estonia, you would assume everyone wants to work together. Is that correct?
No, it's even worse. You see, the more up north you go, the more individual people are.
Okay.
So it's we are having the same problem, and actually the bribing issue is very, very on top of the agenda as well, as we are designing our financing measures for shipping and ports to cope with the green transition. And we have already pre-decided with the ministry that precondition for such investment support from the EU or government side that the government is substituting is cooperation. We could do it without it, but we have also envisaged this cluster concept. So bribing is a topic, yeah.
So bribing is one of the methods that we can use to encourage. Andrews, you said that you are working with other partners, and it's quite important, but do you actually see challenges as well?
Yes, I had many in my mind, but now I got a new one. Gender balance. Because, you know, for maritime industry, gender balance is a problem. Now when I go through all of my companies and partners, we're gonna need to work very heavy on that.
So maybe not to employees, I have two little men.
Yeah, I can offer this to the companies.
Yeah, maybe not to say gender balance is a problem, but women is an unused resource for maritime.
Yeah. Darius. Very well said. Darius, what's it like in academia?
Yeah, this is a challenge. From one side, looking from academia perspective, we have 2 sides of collaboration experience. There is a part of academia, people who are very open to those who are similar to them. So it depends on if somebody works on the same topic or in the same program or whatever. So there is collaboration works very well. But the challenge for all the academias in Europe is to get closer, completely different people from different disciplines, for instance, bringing humanities or social sciences closer to the technologies and so on, because there is the innovation potential and all these new things coming when there's completely 2 different disciplines coming together. So there we have a huge difficulties bringing people together. And the only, I think, motivation is a good funding. So if you give a good funding, then at least the people get into the one room, and they try.
Eric, you're looking at our region, and what are your feelings? You know, is it similar in the Netherlands, or?
I'm afraid I can give a good example, which not everybody will like, but we receive, let's say, a lot of delegations to look at the ports, how we organized it, and they have to, of course, look at all other ports. But then it was, I think, a year ago, I received a Baltic delegation. And then they came as a Baltic delegation, and then I always ask also, what are you looking for? What are your upcoming projects? And then they called the Elwin project. And yeah, okay, then in let's say in the break, I looked up to see more about the Elwin project, and then I asked, of course, I only see 2 of the 3 Baltic states involved. How is it possible? And that's I think, a question here for the audience. How is that possible? Because in the Baltic Sea, well, apparently I think
There's quite a few countries.
best position also we have concluded already here today must be Klaipėda, and yeah, they were not involved in that. And
so Lithuania was not part of that.
Lithuania was not involved in the Elwind project, so that's remarkable. And yeah.
So you know, I had a discussion with a colleague of mine recently who is originally from Ukraine, living in Portugal for more than a decade now, and I have to admit that I had a similar conversation over Teams and reconnected with her to talk about something else. And I was really annoyed after that conversation about the lack of regional collaboration. And I said to her, Alina, look, you know, I just need to get it off me and just share it with you. And I told her, you know, how I felt about the lack of collaboration. And she said, look, from my perspective as a Ukrainian, back in the day when I still lived in the country, we always tended to look far and sort of completely ignore whatever was close to us. And we only wanted to look at the US, the UK, just like the example from Slovenia, Germany perhaps, but anything else that is around was basically rubbish. And it made me think that, and I later spoke with Romualda, and she has projects with Japan, the US, and I think the UK as well, or just those two. But she does not have any projects with Latvia and Poland, which are neighboring countries. What is wrong with that, actually? Like, why don't we look? And I'm not only talking about, you know, your agency, but every single organization, and not only here, but across the region. Why aren't we looking, just like the Slovenian professor, at what can we learn, how we can collaborate with those across the border, and we look so far away?
I think there are two reasons. One, because close nearby countries, they are quite similar and they are competing because we have very similar competitive advantage. Even we don't buy strawberries from Poland, neither from Latvia, because they are somehow worse than our locally grown. So do you imagine that we would create some high-tech products with the neighbors? Of course, and there are also not the jokes, but facts. For example, for foreign direct investments, we have Poland, it's much larger, and we compete and we win, and then we are angry, so then we compete with the Estonians for the digital level, and every time we are competing for the same talents, for the similar people to move around. And but to build a competitive advantage, we need something new, something added value. And sometimes a faraway country like Japan has something to fill the gaps that you are not available. And for example, for innovations, like Japan has quality and infrastructure and production, but we don't have speed and ideas and young people. And then we merge together. This is the diversification that we combine and get this synergy. 1 + 1 is 3. And the second reason is behind the finance, about the bribing system. It's if I go directly, like Lithuania, cooperate with Estonia, and we have some agreement, we need money, we have to take money from the national budget, and that's painful because nobody wants to take from a national budget, from education, from a military, and to support this business. And now we are stuck inside the EU system, so we are all dependent on the EU funds, because like this is for all the countries, but these EU funds, we don't demand the cooperation between countries. So like Lithuania gives the money, then gets the money back, and we innovate internally in Lithuania, Lithuanian companies with Lithuanian universities, and then they don't get out. But Norway grants, they are something special because we demand to find a partner in Norway. And this is, I think, very special, and I would like to add that to other programs as well. If you want to get financing, you have to go out and find some partners which are not your friend like next door.
I would like to comment on that as well, but because, you know, in Vilnius they have different life here. Klaipėda is completely, you know, so I have to kind of respond to that. We have projects with Polish, Latvian, Germans, Estonians, and
So it's
everybody
doable.
else. Yes, it's not only doable, it's necessary. And one united thing is, of course, Baltic Sea. Yeah, so I mean, we are gathered by the same challenges. Yeah, the Baltic Sea, starting with pollution and transportation and whatever, inclusion and what. And I know the university probably does the same. Because when you out of the sea, you widen your perspective. So the ocean connects nations, people, and coasts. Yeah. So I mean, you cannot be alone in the sea, because whenever you touch the sea, you're already connected to some other region. You know, it can be global. So this mindset in the maritime industry is completely necessary. Otherwise, you're not able to succeed. Simple.
But isn't it also that, you know, those challenges that you mentioned, you know, pollution and others, don't they unite the stakeholders?
First of all, they unite, but I mean, we are looking at those challenges not only from a social perspective. Yeah, so I mean, we are business organizations, so we have on board also science organizations, but on the end of the day, our result is business oriented. And what is those Baltic challenges brings us? It brings, first of all, regulation-driven demand. So it means that we have the same approach towards the Baltic Sea, and when the regulations are implemented in the Baltic Sea, all countries need to comply. So we need to go and, let's say, implement the green shipping technologies, because it's demanded for all the countries. But since we have the environmental challenge, since the Baltic Sea is the most polluted sea, we applied those regulations early. Okay. So it means we are upfront, we are developing upfront, and whatever those regulations are expanding into different regions, we already have products and services to supply. So it's kind of changing mindset that, you know, fighting with the environmental regulation or complying with the environmental regulation is beneficial for the industry, for the Baltic Sea maritime industry.
I wanted to briefly relate to what Romualda said about you know, this competition, regional competition, and I remember my chat with Rosen Plevneliev, who is the former president of Bulgaria, and when he was trying to discuss investment in Bulgaria, and suddenly his country lost the investment, he was a neighboring country wanted, for example, again, this Macedonia. I don't know why we talked so much about Macedonia today, but let's say Montenegro. He was particularly happy that it stayed in the region because his country still benefited from that, even through the supply chain or whatever other element that was. So do you think that we should perhaps, and again, all of you, do you think we should perhaps look beyond that competition and actually see that more important common goal for the entire region? Rina, what are your thoughts?
Yes, it depends again on the horizon. If we look at the whole globe as our playground, of course, it's wise to play together if we are situated in the same Baltic Sea region. And I can actually bring an example of that. It has not been managed like this, but it's, let's say, a historical coincidence. Estonia and Finland both have rather big, let's say, boat construction industry. But the Finns, they do new buildings. But Estonians, we repair. It has been somehow like this already 100 years. And of course, we are not trying to take this new building away from Finland, but we are strengthening our refitting, retrofitting industry. So this is already one division of labor, let's say, in international scale that we see that we can strengthen forward.
Andrews, you wanted to add
Yes,
something?
I just add in line with what was already said. That a good example in maritime industry is, especially for the Baltic Sea, is cruise vessels. Yeah. So I mean, if you want to start build cruises, that's an enormous capital investment because you need to have a very large dry dock. So it's kind of naturally stable where the cruise vessels will be built. But all the region is contributing from that development simply because a lot of the supply parts or the blocks are already produced around the Baltic Sea in different shipyards, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, whatever. And this is the only reason that they can outsource part of the work. This is how they are able to stay competitive on the global market. So I mean, when you are in the maritime, you are connected globally. So I mean, to gain the competitive advantage, you need to expand the geographical area because your competition area is much wider.
Darius, a quick question about that regional collaboration aspect within other countries with your university. Do you see that? Do you see any challenges related to that, or is it working smoothly? Do you work with the neighbors?
Generally speaking, I think it depends very much on sector, but I fully agree with what Andrews said, that in marine issues, we are marine-oriented university. So we have a more collaboration on the regional scale than on the national scale, because talking about the marine issues always in Lithuania is just talking with very few people from that sector. And yeah, I think from that perspective, we have much tighter links to the regional actors, to all the universities around the coastline. So we have direct links with them, but also the European scale. So there are much more closer links to the coastal universities in Mediterranean region from Lithuanian side, rather than links to Vilnius University sometimes, or several universities from Kaunas. But it depends on, I think, on the subject and the focus.
And if we look at the European Union now, of course, that has already enhanced collaboration big time, even through different common projects. But we see new initiatives popping up. We also see the UK sort of slowly coming back, at least through the Horizon project. Do you think that there should be other, more unique ways of collaboration initiated by the European Union that could help and enhance that?
The last initiative, which was launched in 2019, was this European University Alliances. And the idea, which came from French President Macron, that was a kind of trying to scale up European universities, because most of them in Europe, there are almost 5,000 universities. Most of them, they are small to medium-sized, up to maybe 10,000 students. But if we talk about the research people within the universities, these are few hundreds only, so per university. So there was a clear vision that we have to upscale what Andrews is talking. So, and they launched this European University Alliances. First, that was a 20, but based on the call, that was a competitive funding. And in 2024, there is a vision to have 60 of them, 60 alliances. That's a networks of the universe with the vision that in the future that will become a single legal entity, but having different branches, different in the different states. So, and that's one of these kind of alternatives to large-scale universities worldwide. And also trying to bring, being a small university dominated in Europe, you can hardly address all the aspects of regions. So because you are fragmented, you are focused on very few things and being small. So by combining this, exactly what Andrews told, that's not a cluster, but these thematic alliances that allow to upscale your infrastructure, to upscale, to share the students, and also to bring the knowledge into one hand. So, and this is, I think, one of, and in 2024, 10% of the European universities will become involved into alliances. So that's one of the trends now in academic life.
Okay, thank you, Romualda.
And I've got some good news about collaboration inside EU, because today my colleague is attending a conference in Madrid, and one of the topic, it's made by EU Commission, one of the topic is regional innovation valleys. It's a new concept, very new, it's like happening now, and innovation agencies like us, they are looking for partners between each other to make consortiums, and they will try to make technology transfer much faster and more effective on some topics like life sciences, climate change, and other top priorities. This is a very new concept, and Lithuania has an advantage because we are moderate innovators. And these consortiums, we need to be diversified. There are like highly performing innovative countries like Sweden, for example, and we may be leading country, and we are picking partners who has some good performing in the special industry and also like special level of innovations. So now we have an advantage being a lower level of innovators, but I believe in this idea, and I just hope that we will succeed in that.
I think a big thing when it comes to collaboration is related to trust and trust building. How would you see, what would be your advice, based on your experience, how would you build this trust and then also maintain the longevity of that collaboration once you started, to make sure that it's beneficial for every party involved? Rina, sorry.
I can bring one example from my port times. I worked for Port of Tallinn 12 years altogether. And one of the key projects that is actually running as Project 4 at the moment is Twin Port. And this is a cooperation between Port of Tallinn and Port of Helsinki. Actually, it was very hard to establish. But I would say that the recipe is people. You just have to build trust between these particular people that are in charge. Actually, we were able to push through the first Twinfold project only because from the Helsinki side, there was a very open-minded CEO that time. They probably have a very open-minded nowadays as well, but it's not that important anymore because the first step was done then. And of course, the bribe was in the picture as well, because we were applying for some motorways of the sea EU money for building this Twinfold project together. So we had investments in Port of Tallinn and we had investments in Port of Helsinki as well. But the key why we could break through was that we came together, we looked at each other with this project port CEO, and yes, we can cooperate. And of course, drinking is not forbidden in case you want to build trust.
Well, Eric.
Yeah, can I add to that? The same example is Malmö, Copenhagen. Another one is North Sea ports, the collaboration between Vlissingen, Terneuzen, and the Belgian side as well. So there are more examples. What I would add, there was also, I have a positive example of collaboration in the UK. So not in Holland, but in the UK, when the wind farm, Siemens went to Hull. Hull was a very poor city at that stage, and Hull had a long quay, and there was a timber factory. And then Siemens wanted to have that location. So they could go to the government and say, if you don't move this timber factory, there's no Siemens here. But they did it the other way around. They went to this timber factory and asked them if they could go, let's say, 3 kilometers further on. And they say, and if you do that, we will grant you, let's say, for 10 years, I don't know the exact number of years, you make the malls for the wind blades.
Okay.
So it was they discussed about replacing the company, but also giving them an opportunity, a new lifetime, a renewable prospect. And they also went to the municipality and said, we want to deliver teachers for bringing new knowledge about future jobs. And that helps also. So that's very positive. And then they said, well, the port is too small for only for installation. We need also a port for O&M. And then instead of saying, oh yeah, we will do that in another, they said, well, maybe Grimsby will be the place. And Grimsby is further on. So that's regional.
I can smell
collaboration.
some
You
bribing as well.
no, but you said, well, look around the corner instead of further on. So this is an example which was around the corner.
Darius, about this trust and longevity of a collaboration project, what's your sort of advice here?
Yeah, I think first on what depends trust is the human factor. I think the people who drive the collaboration, the partnership, they should trust each other. And then I think that's the first prerequisite for the long-term.
And how to build that trust between people who don't know.
You cannot do that artificially, basically. You cannot pre-program that. You cannot manage this. I think the things which might support, if there is the people or the drivers, the persons who drive the cooperation, they fit each other, is that if they have a good top support from the top management support, so that sometimes helps to achieve, this administrative trustness. And then I think also the long-term goals, they should be very clear. So, and for the universities, we are not the business actors, so we behave completely from the different mindset than companies behave. So this is in our world, the trustness means a little bit different. So it's not like business-oriented connection to the company, but we look for the win-win on the long-term scale. This is what we are looking for. But I think the human factor is in the first row.
Ina?
Yeah, I have another angle to this cooperation issue and trust issue. I think we are doing fine. So cooperation is inevitable if you need to stay alive. But currently, we look at the issue from public sector perspective. We see that if they cooperated, they would have done better. But if they wouldn't cooperate, they would do okay. And this is why the bribe is on the table, because we need them to do better. But they themselves, as private actors, they say that we are fine, don't push us, actually. So this is, again, a matter of balance. And if they would really struggle with their economies or their companies, they would, I say they, it's not very nice, it's like we, actually. We would cooperate more if our survival would depend on that. But since it isn't, maybe yet, then we just don't do it as a prior thing.
Andrews, quickly about this trust issue.
So in my experience, I only managed to build trust on human relationship because I don't know any other way. And there is plenty of tools to do that. It's Gina's Tonica, Scuba Libre, and on and on and on. So of course people can go to do sports together. It's also an option.
Okay. If I were to pick one word from this panel discussion, I think the word bribing would be number one. But what I would like to do is to ask you for one word that would summarize the discussion that is other than bribing, that would definitely enhance regional collaboration. Who wants to go first? Andrews is nodding, so go ahead.
I was thinking, well, no matter. Yeah, I probably would focus on competitive advantage, because if you want to be competitive, you need to collaborate. And that's the only way how you can gain the resources or capacity to do or be so.
Romualdo.
I've heard that maritime business has no problems with collaboration. It's something difficult to help you. But I would go even further with disruptive innovations, because if you are so good in your industry and your horizontal relations, you should go and look at other areas, other industries, because only then big things happen when you steal the good ideas from outside your bubble. So
From a completely
bribing and
different
stealing.
industry.
Stealing, second one.
So bribing and stealing. Okay.
Sorry, I love detectives. So and cherchez la femme. Yeah, it's always a woman behind. Yeah.
Rina.
I would say balance. Whether it's a gender balance, whether it's a balanced development in the region or in the port community, but balance is something that helps us forward.
Darius.
What comes to my mind is win-win. So the cooperation is only possible when all sides they are winning from that, they're benefiting. Otherwise, it's not long-lasting. It's a short-term business, and it's basically sell and buy. So it's win-win should be for both sides.
Eric?
I could think the longest, so, but that doesn't make it easy. But I should shed 2 words: sharing and mindset.
I like the word mindset because this is how we were starting the conversation. We talked about the mindset quite a bit, and I mentioned that during the intro. So let's stick to those 6 words, including the stealing and the bribing, and hopefully we will develop regional collaboration and cross-border collaboration going forward. Thank you very much for staying with us, and I hope you enjoyed the discussion.
Interesting and very fun. I liked what was said about the balance. Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, I think
experience and the next generation.
Yeah, I think that's good, and I think it's interesting that gender balance came up as well. That's a very important topic these days, also in Norway. Now we see some gender balance being tried out here.
Do you want to participate in our closing session?
It's interesting. Yeah, you know, it's interesting when you have to throw people off stage. That's really good. That's collaboration
already going on in the stage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Simona, I know you have something prepared.
Well, I just want to thank every one of you for coming here today, for sharing your knowledge. This day was full of inspirational discussions, fun discussions, new things, and hopefully we will have even more fruitful day tomorrow, so don't forget to join us tomorrow. I really enjoyed today. How about you? Were your expectations met?
Yes, absolutely. I think it was a great day. I think it's, you know, it's always this thing with balance and thing when we have different sessions. I would like to be in the other session as well. It's very difficult to pick, but we have been here all day. I just want to say that this thing with balance, you know, I have some people wonder what these are, these black ones. And I could say that it's to remind ourselves that we all have a dark side, you know, talking about balance.
Okay.
I won't tell you my, you know, black side or dark side, but this is to remind you about that. Do you have any dark side?
No, Tom. The
You
pink
don't?
side.
Okay, okay. So come on. What do we do now?
We, of course, that's
There was something
very interesting thing happened today.
Yes.
We introduced you to the app, which was a very helpful tool for your networking experience here in the conference. And we told you in the beginning that we will have a surprise for the most active people of the conference. And I don't know if we can have the leaderboard on the screen. Is it possible to do so, or we should open the app and just see who will win?
Hello.
Yeah, we have it. Okay.
Larry, oh my God.
Wow.
This is Jacek, the one I told you about
That's
today.
very crazy.
Jacek.
7,000 points.
Come on, Larry, you can do better than this. Diana, you are really, yeah, but I mean, Diana, you don't count.
Yeah, we
so
know.
Jacek is
Okay.
online, so we can't have him. Lawrence is already there. Yelena, cool.
But the rules are rules, and
Rules
the
are rules.
top 3 networkers will be invited to tonight's dinner.
Yeah,
with the
those who are
speakers.
here and who are not
Yeah.
employed by somebody here, like, you know. So we'll see.
Congratulations, and use the app tomorrow as well, because it's a very great tool for the networking experience. And as well, we have all the program on there, and we have all the pictures from today, the online going on there, and you can arrange meetings, talk to people, and so on. But Tom, one more thing.
Yes.
We need to say thank you to one of the probably the most important people who
Yes.
did
All this
all
possible.
this,
Yes.
and made it happen to our sponsors, organizers, of course. But without the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do this. And thank you once again to Ignitis, Klaipėda Free Economic Zone, Klaipėdos Nafta, and Norway Grants.
But then we also have to thank some others, because we have some
Yeah.
partners as well. So, you know, this is the 3-level thing. We have the organizers that you already know, Klaipėda ID and the port and the embassy in Vilnius. We have the sponsors that now were mentioned by Simona. But then we have the partners. So the partners are actually the Lithuanian Maritime Cluster. You have already met Andreas several times talking about that, who is also running the Klaipėda Science and Technology Park together with Roma. So those are 2 partners. Klaipėda University is one. Association Klaipėda Region is another one. And then we have the Norwegian-Lithuanian Chamber of Commerce in Vilnius with Martina Skisaker, who is here today. And we have Lithuanian-Norwegian Chamber of Commerce in Oslo, which is me, by the way, established 2014. And then the last but not least is Shipping and Offshore Network in Oslo, one of my 3 associations. So those are the partners to this. I think that's it. We made it.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. My God. I think to me, one epiphany is in this Catholic country of Lithuania, that suddenly we had God Almighty into the picture. I never had that before.
That's a new thing for the
Yeah,
conference,
so
right?
tonight, you know, I will make toast for God Almighty. I didn't think I would do that.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you once again for the day first of the conference, and let's meet tomorrow to continue on this journey of the blue economy.
See you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
See you.
Bye.
Ignitis Group is creating an energy-smart world, which is green, safe, empowering, and sustainable, with a clear commitment to the net zero emissions by 2050. Ignitis Renewables is at the core of this transformation by leading green generation breakthrough, not only in Lithuania, but in the Baltics. Ambitious goals, innovative solutions, and motivating results empower us. We are moving ahead with the help of constantly growing innovators, talented creators, and top professionals in our different fields of expertise. People who are united in their values in search of meaningful impact on the world.
Turbūt žinojai, kad Norvegija, Islandija ir Lichtenšteinas nėra ES narės, bet su Lietuva ir kitomis Europos šalimis jos vis tiek aktyviai bendradarbiauja ir skiria nemenką paramą. Laikas sužinoti apie tai daugiau. Tiksliau sakant, šalys bendradarbiauja. Jos ne tik stiprina tarpusavio ryšius ir keičiasi patirtimi, bet kartu kuria bendrą Europos ateitį. Tikslų labai daug, bet svarbiausias padėti mažinti socialinę ir ekonominę nelygybę Lietuvoje. Paramą gauna Lietuvos institucijos, kurios rūpinasi sveikesnę aplinką, stiprina žmogaus teisių padėtį ar tobulina teikiamas paslaugas. Kartu su jomis dirba ir partneriai iš Norvegijos. Būtent šiame paramos etape lėšos skiriamos pilietinės visuomenės, teisingumo, sveikatos, aplinkos, kultūros, tyrimų, verslumo ir inovacijų bei deramo darbo sritims. Suma tikrai nemenka. Šiuo metu jis siekia 117 milijonų eurų. Juk esame europiečiai, todėl savo darbu galime padėti kurti žalią, konkurencingą ir teisingą Europą. Sužinok daugiau eeagrants.org.